Yeah, I have a feeling someone's going to drop tonight. Probably me, if we're going by rolls.
I was talking about that to my kickball team, and because I had mentioned it to somebody who was asking me as we were heading out into the outfield, and they started asking around. They're like, "Oh, so it's a big night for your character?" I was like, "Oh yeah, we're like waist deep in my character's arc right now, heading into a boss battle, and I'm pretty sure at least one person's dying tonight." So
If I could kill at least one of you, that would be great. It's not been working out for me so far. You know, the very first ambush was the best one. You know, then Bullywogs almost had the whole party, but
fucking bullywogs, man.
Fucking 12 of those motherfuckers.
Honestly, though, like, guys, we can take advantage of this. If we just sacrifice the characters whose arcs have been fulfilled, and then we bring in new characters with new arcs, we just have a never-ending campaign, and Sean is stuck with us for the rest of his life.
Well, technically, would Renwick's arc essentially be completed? I mean, yeah, we don't know what happens to his dad or his mom, but, I mean, if he's dead, do we really need to know?
I mean, that is a fair point.
Later.
We have a lead on Logus and Locus's, so if Renwick kicks it right here, then you guys basically stop the graying, and then you don't have to worry about tying up the loose ends of Renwick's dad and his missing mom. So, in theory, you guys fix the plague, bring in a new guy, and on we go.
Don't forget about the boat. We get the boat, too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you guys would just absorb the Dawn Treader as your own.
If you went down and I managed to live, I would maybe try to have one of us try to harvest your tentacle.
Are you gonna mount my tentacle and then like take over the ship and be Captain Blade? What is your game plan here?
Nothing. I mean, just for science. And
Sorry,
just
hold on.
what it was all about.
Sorry, I just walked into the room, and all I heard was, "You're gonna mount my tentacle." What is going on?
Oh, yeah,
Will, would you like to explain?
Are you gonna mount his tentacle?
I don't know where the mount came from, but I just wanted to harvest his tentacle. That sounds fucking worse.
I heard mount, but I was also like literally walking into the room, and that was the first thing I heard. So,
you said mount. He said mount as in put his tentacle up on the wall of the ship after he died.
Yeah, we were talking about character death and how if we time it right and we kill off the characters whose arcs are finished and bring in new characters, then Sean's stuck with us for life because we'll have a never-ending story. And then Blade basically insinuated that if Renwick dies in this battle, you guys still get the boat, and he's going to harvest my tentacle. And I asked him if he was going to mount my tentacle on the ship that he inherits from me. And here we are.
I took that a way different direction.
Yeah, I thought this was going in some weird hentai direction. Okay.
Nope. We've already been there. We'll probably go back to it. But
are you that surprised that I made that assumption? Right. Sorry for the divergence. I'm ready if you guys are.
all right. Well, that was an interesting opening conversation. All right, so let's get to this recap. Last session began with the party just past the entrance and guards of the lair of Galt the Gorer, aka General Firefoot. Just inside the natural cavernous rock tunnel, it turns quickly into a solid and smooth shaft of riveted steel, leading through the darkness towards an eerie red glow. As they venture deeper, the temperature rises dramatically to uncomfortable levels, as does the volume and frequency of screams and roars, the clanging of metal upon metal, the grinding of iron upon stone, ever present, growing louder the farther they venture in. Broken by occasional shouts in an unknown guttural language that echo off the walls, and usually followed by the cracking of a whip. About halfway down this shaft, they come upon a cluster of stones illuminating the immediate area with a strange red glow. Here, within this illuminated area, the party discovers a single giant-sized door. Logos, transforming into a small lizard, scuttles under the door to investigate. Finding many giant-sized sealed crates and barrels, a few large beds, and a pair of fire giants deep in slumber, several empty casks of ale surround them, and they snore loudly. Logos returns to the party, and they all press on, finally making their way to the very hot and very loud main chambers. A pair of fire giants seem to guard the entrance to General Firefoot's private quarters here. One of them holds several ogres upon chain leashes, and seems to be directing the ogres to direct the small team of slaves to harvest ore, cart it to the forges, and have it formed into ingots, all via cracking whips and an unbearable heat. The other looks to be preparing food for the group of giants within a cauldron over a flaming fissure in the ground, apparently just adding some worked-to-death slave parts as the party arrives and stealthily observes. It does not take long, and a battle ensues, the party mustering another victorious bout, slaying their enemies quickly. Freeing a few slaves, gaining a bit of info off of them about the giants and the lair. They continue to work loudly to keep up the ruse and disguise the party's deeds as they slowly free themselves. Though the slaves now look to the party for answers, they do what they can to conceal them via noise. Quickly deducing which of the two doors within the room leads to Galt the Gorer's personal chambers, the party plans on, deciding to use a combination of Locris's magic and Gladier's strength to open the door, but not before claiming both the heads and the genitals of their slain foes. As Locris freezes a red glowing hot handle and to this massive door, and Gladier quickly grabs it and throws it upward. That is kind of where we are now. So as this door gets thrown open, a beam of like hot air just rolls out, and even more intense than the already probably far too warm room. As you guys kind of look inward, you see immediately what you see is a small pool of lava in this room, and it is glowing in such a red and eerie manner, slowly bubbling. It kind of casts shadows all across the room. They dance on the walls, which you notice that the floors and ceiling and walls of this particular room are also of the riveted steel nature. Clearly fire giant in make. And as you look into this room, a few things catch your eye aside from this massive pool of lava. Some slave cages hang immediately by the door, and they hang from chains coming off of the ceiling, and you can tell just by getting close to these slave cages hanging from chains that they are red hot. Like they are emanating some sort of heat, kind of probably to add to the torment of their captors. But as you guys look inward, one thing dwarfs the rest of the room. Right almost in the room's center is a massive forge and a massive anvil. Look to be giant sized for sure. And on this forge and anvil are several humanoids. They're men in a sense, but as you kind of look on, they're roughly the size of a human, though built more like a dwarf. They have a flaming mane and beard, as well as a flaming tools in their hands. Everything they seem to touch seems to combust. And 5 of these azurs, these bronze skinned, fire oriented beings, they all work on this giant forge and giant anvil. And it's more like it's built for giants, but these azurs are only roughly human sized. But the 5 of them in unison working together seem, it takes a couple of them to move whatever they're working on, while a couple more hammer on, and the another attends the forge. So it's like very much a team effort, but without speaking or any sort of hand gestures. It seems like they just all know what to do and are instinctively in tune with one another as they are banging out some sort of metal on this anvil, and they look to be crafting something. From this point, when the door opens, they all stop and look in your direction. And so what do you guys do from here?
Okay, I'm sorry. How many did you say of the Azir? Were there 7?
5 total, and 5 of them seem to be working a forge and anvil in unison together.
All right. Well, I
So we
imagine
see them, but not the general.
From this point, you only see like a portion of the room. You'll have to enter to see the rest. You're currently just standing at the doorway while Gladiator holds it open.
Yeah, Glader's just kind of like struggling, holding this door open as everyone rushes in. So he's probably not really focused on anything inside the room at the moment, or too much, other than like a cursory glance.
Is there anything nearby we can prop this up with? I thought we had. Didn't we try to get the slaves to help us like prop it up with things that were in the room? Am I remembering that incorrectly?
No. There's definitely a large iron barrel and a large iron crate brought near to you guys, as the plan was to prop it open, and then Gladiator managed to find second wind or something and throw the door open entirely.
Yeah, I'd imagine Renwick and probably the rest of the party are helping the slaves essentially prop the door open so that Gladiator can kind of let it go.
Okay, yeah. You guys managed to drag over a couple of crates and barrels with the help of several of these slaves, and Gladiator, as you set the door down, it seems to hold.
Have any of the Azir moved since? I mean, I'm assuming it took at least 10, 15 seconds to slide the barrels and whatnot underneath. Have any of the Azir made any sort of movement?
They've all just stopped working and started watching you, but they haven't done anything else. But they are keenly watching the entryway.
I think Gladiator's gonna put his hand on his sword, just be like, guys, what do you think? I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before.
Well,
where's
wellness
the
has always
restroom?
been our strong suit.
Locust is just going to yell at them. Where's the little boys' room? That's all we're trying to do is just find a pisser, you know?
Blade will be like, "Oh, you know what? I think it's in that other room. That other room."
They just kind of stare, looking on, expressionless. Eyes kind of flicker in the flame of their own mane, but they just kind of stare at you.
Do they seem defensive or or do they seem like they're just people trying to work? Like they don't I should really care that we're here.
Give me an insight check.
That's 16 total.
They're very hard to read, expressionless. You know, they just kind of stare at you with their eyes ablaze, and they drop their tools down to their side, and you know, some of them kind of cock their heads as they look, but none of them actually move from their position around this large anvil, but they all do stare.
Oh, gentlemen, I think that we can assume that anything this deep is probably not friendly, so are we trying to communicate or are we just popping this off?
Well, if they haven't raised those hammers toward us as opposed to the forge, then I'm inclined to give them the benefit of the doubt. But at the same time, I'd say stay guarded. And he'll just kind of look out at them and be like, "Oi, any of you lot speak common?"
Nothing but blank stares. One of them blinks, but only one of like the 5.
Well, boys, they look like they're dwarves, but not quite dwarves. But I mean, if we're picking a language, that's probably our best bet. Any of you guys speak it? All I've got's halfling in common.
Actually, I think I might speak Dwarven. Or unless you do, Blade, you can go ahead.
I do speak Dwarvish, but I mean, if you'd like to talk to them, you could as well.
Let me double check real quick. I'm pretty sure that's a language I took. Yes, it is.
They might respect a giant, dragon in myself.
I'm gonna try in 2 different languages. I'll say the same phrase, but I'm gonna repeat it twice. Once in Dwarvish and once in Infernal, just for the hell of it. I mean, they're on fire, so maybe they're demons. But Glader's just gonna walk up, hand still onto the hilt of his sword, and kind of like puff his chest out, put on a display of strength because these are fucking jacked fucking people working for a giant. So I'm sure they respect some sort of power. And just yell out, "We're looking for General Firefoot. Can you point us in the right direction? If not, you're of no use to us."
So when you say this, do you enter the room or are you saying this from the door?
I imagine
I thought we were all in already.
Yeah, it would have taken like a step or two into the room, like not venture too far, but like maybe a step or two.
Yeah, I think if we prop the doors, most of us are probably like just barely in the room, as long as the doors are been secured with some heavy shit.
Yeah, Glader definitely would have like taken us at least like 2 steps into the room to kind of like move away, like in front of the group to make his statement.
Okay, well, with that all being said, I need to know from the group, be honest now, who walked through the doorway?
I'd say Renwick would have walked through if Gladier took a step in. He would have had his back.
Same with Blade. If he knew he was gonna like speak Dwarvish to him, or attempt to, he would back him up as well.
Logos, after hearing the DM giggle, probably would have stayed in the back room.
Smart.
4th wall broken.
I'd assumed everybody was through the doorway,
Yeah, no.
just door to our backs versus like underneath a door that could fall on your head. We kind of left it with Glader lifting up the door and us getting in before it closed.
Okay, well, I will say, Logos, I'll give you the option in or out, man.
No, I would have definitely followed him in.
Okay, so as you guys kind of cross the threshold, these Azurs kind of holding fast, the rest of the room comes into view. However, standing in the corner near what looks to be a large, giant-sized table. Oops, sorry, it's pictured sideways, but is a massive fire giant. Its eyes kind of burn with a deep glow that you have not seen in any of the others. And it's got like giant bulging veins in its neck that look to be carrying some sort of like gold or crimson colored blood. And when he opens his mouth to let out a massive roar, there is a deep, deep glow within. And as you guys enter the room, this giant fire giant, wielding two separate shields rather than actual weapon, slams his shields down in front of him and charges the door like a bulldozer, just running forward with this spiky molten shields outward, and crashes into the party. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna have to get some strength checks from Lokris, Renwick, and Gladier for starters. And he's armored up. He's in these dual shields. He's armored head to toe in this large, like full plate giant armor. It literally sounds like a freight train coming through as he just kind of crashes into you guys.
You said
Check
strength.
or saving throw?
Strength saving throw for you three.
Okay, slightly better, but not by much. This is probably going to hurt. 17.
All right, average fire.
That's a 21 for Glader.
Yeah, boy.
Jesus Christ. Those are fucking... I was thinking, like, tight shields. Those are goddamn tower shields.
Oh yeah, like tower shields. He essentially becomes like a bulldozer as he lowers the shields just inches above the ground and then runs at you guys full blast.
Jesus Christ. He's just dual wielding tower shields? What a fucking hard ass.
Let's play Dark Souls.
So, Lokris, with that score, you immediately are knocked prone upon walking through the door, and you take an additional 18 points of damage as you are just kind of ground underneath these shields. So, the actual contact, 10 points of bludgeoning damage, and then you're just kind of ground underneath the shields as this thing marches forward, and an additional 18 bludgeoning damage. Gladier, you take the initial hit of 10 bludgeoning damage, but manage to throw your weight against the shield and position yourself in such a way where the spikes are not driving into you. But this fire giant is for sure like pushing you backwards. Your feet are like sliding across the metal floor. And Renwick, what did you get? 17?
Yes, sir.
Similar to Lokris. When this guy crashes into you, you take the 10 points of bludgeoning damage, and unable to stay on your feet, you are kind of just ground under this shield as this fire giant stomps on you on his way by. And
repeat that damage, please.
Total 28 bludgeoning damage.
Can I uncanny dodge that?
One or the other. You can do the 10 or the 18.
I will uncanny dodge the 18 then. So 19 instead?
Correct.
Heard.
And now I'll need everybody to roll some initiative.
Gonna be 18 for Blade.
It was an 18 for Renwick as well.
You have the higher dex, though.
I do.
Holy shit! Nobody rolled under a 17 for initiative. I had a 19 plus 9 initiative, and Gladier's slow ass actually rolled a 17.
Yeah, for once. With my
What's your dex? Later, what's your dex?
my dex
No,
is
it's
a
20.
+1. I get a +1 to initiative. I rolled a 16 on the die.
All right, then I beat Glader.
Oh yeah. Oh for sure. Yeah.
He's,
Yeah. Amy.
he's still last in the group, even though he rolled a 17 initiative.
I'm the least dexterous one here. Are you kidding me? Always. Every time.
Damn sand. The damn sand.
So, Renwick, you got the better initiative on Blade, don't you?
Yeah, I've got a +5.
Okay, then. Okay, so we're going to go to the top of the round. Logos, you are first. This giant stops short of clobbering your entire party, mainly due to Gladier being able to physically stop him barely. And Gladier is like slowly sliding backwards. However, Locris and Locris and Renwick have been trampled over and lay, partially just behind this giant. Kind of broke your view. But what you see, Logos, is that this giant is only, about 5 feet away from you. You're one step away from potentially being in melee with this creature.
I forget what color I am.
Blue.
What's that behind me? Is that stairs or what is it?
So, hanging above you is slave cages, hanging from chains, mounted at the ceiling. So you can move through it or underneath them, but there are several cages just kind of dangling from the ceiling here.
And top left, that's a lava pool.
Correct. And then the Azurs are kind of positioned around the anvil, and they are the multicolored minis. They'll be represented by those.
Well, I'm gonna get right under the cages. I'm gonna take about 10 feet back, 15 feet, or whatever I can, all the way under the cages. And I'm gonna attack this thing that you see. And I'm gonna take my 3 shots at the giant.
Okay, great. Give me some attack rolls.
First one's an 18 to hit. Second is a 27 to hit.
First one misses. Second one hits.
And the last one's a 30 to hit.
Also hits.
10 points of damage from the first hit. 14 points of damage to the second, so 24 points of damage total.
You tink one off and then sink a couple more, and he just roars in retaliation.
I'm gonna hold off for now. That'll be my turn.
Moving on down, Renwick, you are up. Currently prone, laying behind this fire giant.
And standing up is like what, half your movement?
Correct.
Heard. He will stand up, draw his rapier and his hand crossbow, and yeah, he's just gonna swing, kind of try to shake off that hit a little bit. You see him like get to his feet, and he starts to kind of like blur a little bit, and just kind of leans in and takes a stab.
All right, give me an attack roll.
It's a dirty 20 with the rapier.
It just clangs off of this tightly woven metal carapace this guy seems to be wearing. It's quite beetle or insect-like, but pretty sure you're made of iron as the blow clings off.
The dirty 20. All right, heard. And then shot with the hand crossbow. That's a 24.
That one hits.
Fair enough. Let's see, d6. Fuck me. Of course I roll minimum damage. That is 7 points plus sneak attack. Flanking. 18, so 25 points of damage with the hand crossbow.
Very nice. You're finding, chinks in the armor is easy when you're small and have this like holy hand crossbow.
Yeah, and after he sinks that bolt, he'll just kind of take a few steps backwards. So I stood up. Half my movement of 25 would be what, 10? So I have 15 left.
Yeah.
Heard. If I could move as far, I guess like bottom right of the map, I want to like back up 10 feet and then 5 diagonal down.
Okay, yeah. You make your way slowly away from the fire giant.
And that does not incur because of attacking this turn, and that's my turn.
Okay, moving on down from Renwick. Blade, you are up.
All right. So I'm kind of in front of the the general here. Is there a way, can I move around or use my movement to kind of get without incurring, if that's what it is, or if I'm close enough to do that, to kind of like maybe go around him to get closer to the his kind of his dwarves there, his smiths.
So mechanically, no, he's got reach with his attack, and you, unless you're going to like go over the lava, mechanically speaking, you're kind of screwed. If you try to pass through his threatened area, he will get a attack of opportunity unless you stay within melee.
Okay, and he's currently blocking kind of where I would want to, like, if I were to kind of go around to, like, if you're looking at the map, like,
oh, there's a 5-foot gap. You could potentially get around him. Let's see here. 5, 10, 15, 20. You could get to, you have 30 feet of movement, correct?
correct.
You could get to right next to some of these Azurs, some of these flaming dwarf folk.
Okay. So I guess I'll do that. Maybe try to get to the guy, kind of the most southern guy.
Okay, 25 feet of movement, and you're still within his melee, so you didn't get the attack of opportunity, and you are right next to one of these Azurs.
And Blade is going to kind of pull out his lute and give one good strum, and you see a silvery kind of mist go along the floor and kind of flourish along the feet of these I keep forgetting their fucking actual names. They're not dwarves. They're some, yeah. His assistant.
Azers, whatever.
Azur. And I'm going to cast Bane on them.
Okay, yeah. What do you need from me?
So Bane is going to be a charisma saving throw.
Okay, they don't get a bonus to that, so it's just a bunch of raw rolls here. We're looking at a 3, a 16, a 6, a 2, and a 3. So, a 16 pass?
No, they all fail.
Well, I'll be damned.
Okay. So with that, they have must take a 1d4 and subtract that from attack rolls or saving throws.
All right, noted.
And I think for now, I'm just going to hold off doing anything else.
Okay, moving on down. It is actually the giants. This fire giant dreadnought, kind of currently locked in a shoving match with Gladier, is going to continue down the hall. He's going to rampage, shield shove all the way to the guy filling him full of arrows. So I'll need a strength saving throw from both Gladier and Logos. We might have to pause for a minute. I think Gladier needed to step out.
Hey, sorry, I'm back. That was my fault.
No worries.
Hey.
Strength saving throw first from Gladier.
Oh, jeez.
Or Logos, I guess. Doesn't matter.
Oh, that's not great. I rolled a 5. That's 12. 12 strength saving throw.
This fire giant dreadnought runs with his shields forward, crashing into both of you. And you are both knocked prone and pinned briefly between this large, spiky fire giant shield and the natural, like, steel walls that have kind of been put up around this place. Each of you takes 11 bludgeoning damage upon contact, and followed by an additional 18 damage as you are both knocked prone. As this guy kind of pulls his shield away from the wall with you guys wedged between it, both of you can't seem to find your footing, and you just kind of hit the ground.
All right. Sorry again. How much of that was fire damage?
None of it yet. It was all bludgeoning.
All bludgeoning. Okay, so 28 total. You said.
Correct.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna use one of the charges on steadfast, my shield, to have that to gain resistance. Well, I think I can only do it for one attack. So it was 10 and 18.
Correct.
Okay, so I'll do it on 18. So 19 total bludgeoning.
All right. He kind of just roars in protest, but seems to be turning his attention elsewhere after he just kind of jams you guys forcefully up against the wall, and you guys kind of collapse under the weight. Moving on down from Le Giant is Locris. You're up. Currently prone. Only a few feet from the giant, though.
Am I out? How far away from the giant now that he's moved?
About 15 feet.
All right. Locris is going to kip up onto his feet. Take 15 feet away from the giant, kind of diagonal, so he's not running towards green, which I think is Logos, instead kind of to his right. Going to Hexblade Curse the giant as a bonus action. And then as an action, going to try and dispel magic on his necklace at 4th level. See if I could break whatever enchantment is holding in the person we came for.
Ooh, that's clever. Go ahead and first, can you? You'll probably need to roll me an Arcana check as you kind of cast dispel magic on this individual. It might have more than one, magical effect going at one time.
All right, 15.
With a 15, you can definitely sense like a magical, ornate kind of aura around some of this guy's gear, particularly his shields that he's wielding. So, what is the language of dispel magic exactly?
So choose one creature, object, or magical effect within a range. Any spell of, for me, it'll be 4th level or lower. The target ends. Otherwise, I have to roll for it. DC is 10 plus the spell level. On a successful check, the spell ends. And I'm trying to target. We know he's wearing a necklace. So I'm trying to target whatever necklace he could be wearing that's holding her. And I'm assuming it's going to be higher.
Okay, yeah. You're definitely gonna have to roll for it, but go ahead and give her a shot.
All right. That. And I'll do it. I'm going to trust Avery. Don't know why, but just to keep it honest. Come on. Give me an natty 20. You bitch. Oh, I hate Avery.
As you cast dispel magic, you kind of get a good grasp on the huge being, but the lights in his shield seem to flicker ever so slightly as he kind of shrugs it off.
And he curses whatever fate bitch.
So tell me again, maybe in where to place you on the map.
So when I was looking at the last picture, I think that green is Logos. I was going to do 15 feet diagonal, like to his stage right. Since that's all I had left for movement, just so that if he did a straight charge, we wouldn't be like lined up together. He'd be picking one or the other. Or whoever this is down here. Like I see the picture, I see the sword on the anvil or table. Then there's a figure, Renwick. To the right of Renwick.
Okay, to the right of Renwick. Got it.
Yeah. And that ends my turn.
Okay.
So, based on this last picture, up from Renwick.
All right, got it. moving on down. Gladeer, you find yourself prone, kind of freshly bashed up against the wall, right next to your buddy Logus laying on the ground. What do you do?
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna stand up first of all, burn half my movement. Um. Oh man, I've been debating on so many options since like this morning until now. What to do on my first turn? Been thinking about it hard. Um. All right, I'm going to. All right, I'm gonna cast bless. Use a second level spell slot. Oh, I know that's an action. And I want. Okay, never mind. Wait, stop that. Not bless. Uh, I'm going to channel divinity. Sacred weapon. I'll put the language in the chat, but it basically makes my weapon a super magical weapon. So I get a +3 to attack rolls, emits a bright light for 20 feet, dim light 20 feet. For 1 minute. That is an action. And then I'm going to bonus action. Wait. Upcast. Shield of Faith. I'm going to burn a second level spell slot for Shield of Faith. And who am I giving that to? Kind of want to give it to myself. Actually, I'm gonna give it to Jesus. Blade. Yeah, Shield of Faith to Blade. It's a concentration spell. The Blade, until I lose concentration, you have a +2 to your AC. And I'm just gonna stay put.
Okay, so you use your movement to stand up?
Yeah, I use my movement to stand up, action, channel divinity, sacred weapon, bonus action, Shield of Faith for Blade. And that's all. I'm just gonna stay there next to Logus. I don't want him to be cornered by himself. Can I see from my point of view of the Azir? I think they're called, right? Azir. Do they look like they're kind of like getting ready to do something, like take hostile action, or are they still just standing there?
Just standing there, looking at you, looking at all of you, watching this go down.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be my turn then.
All right, so going to past Gladeer is the Azurs, and they, with their flaming hammers in hand, just kind of watch. They stand around this anvil, the piece of work that they were working upon. They just kind of ceased, and they kind of stare, emotionless, expressionless, just watching. And particularly next to you, Blade, the one, you're within melee range of this creature, and it just stares at you, almost like it's staring through you. And the bottom of the round brings up a layer action. You guys notice in this super hot room, the lava bubbles, and now Gladier's kind of cast a bit of light. You guys can get a bit of a better view of the dancing shadows now kind of chased away. You see a lot of stalactites and things in this room, and something from up top, some sort of oozing, dripping liquid falls off a stalactite and lands on the ground, and the ground is so hot that it cooks it immediately and turns it into vapors, and the vapors just kind of spread out from where they drop. I'm going to need Renwick and Locris to give me Constitution saving throws as this vapors kind of surround you both.
You said con?
Constitution, yes.
Oh boy, here we go. That's an 8. That's fucking wonderful.
22.
Locris, you hold your breath and manage to shake off the caustic effects. Just this kind of vapor kind of coming in contact with your skin irritates it. It's definitely something caustic. Renwick, however, you manage to get yourself a big old gulp of this steam, this kind of chemical that you're not really sure what is, and you begin retching immediately. You currently have the poison effect, and you essentially you're incapacitated until your next turn, until the end of your next turn, as you retch uncontrollably. So, we're rolling back to the top of the round. Logos, you're up.
Well, I'm in a pickle. I'm gonna stand up. Use half my movement. Stand up. And I'm gonna disengage. And since this is a massive fire giant, can I try to run under his legs to get out from the corner?
Give me an athletics or acrobatics check.
All right, I'm gonna do it. Acrobatic. That's a 15 total acrobatic.
It's not quite enough. He's too big and he's on guard, and as you try to shift around him, he shifts to keep you on that side of his shield. I'm gonna count that as probably another 10 feet of movement for the attempt.
So in the map where it says iron doors, is that blocked off too, or can I move underneath it?
No, you had the slaves prop it open with some steel barrels and crates and things. You could move underneath it.
I'll take my 15 feet that I have left and move over there. Actually, hold on. What's half of 45? Would we round down or round up on that?
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. We'll say it takes 20 feet to stand up.
Okay, so you said that you counted with the move 10.
The unsuccessful attempt to get by costs you another 10 feet of movement, yeah.
Okay, so then I'm left with 15. So yeah, I'll use that 15 feet to get around on his side. And that'll be my turn since. Well, am I leaving his range then?
So tell me where you want to go. You want to take a diagonal step just to be on his side, or do you want to be more in front of the iron door area?
Yeah, I'm trying to move around him so I can on my next attempt try to get away from him to the open area.
Okay, yeah, you can move around him as long as you don't leave his attack range. You won't get an attack of opportunity yet.
So I still have my action.
Correct, yeah.
I had a plan, but I changed this. Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna use my full action to down and health potion.
Your full action to what now?
Down a health potion.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
So if we use a full action, does that mean I get the full effects?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. That'll be my turn then.
All right, moving on down from Logos. Renwick, you're up. Unfortunately, your turn is spent retching, and horribly so. However, once you have thoroughly emptied your stomach, and probably then some, onto the floor beneath your feet, you do take a nasty, stale, hot breath and steady yourself. However, it takes the round to come to your senses. Moving on down from Renwick. Blade, you are up.
So Blade is kind of, I'd imagine he's got his back maybe turned towards the Aesir here, and kind of glaring at the general, and he'll turn his head and look back at the his the Aesir, and just be kind of say to them, I don't know if you're here on your own accord or if you're slaves, but if this is an opportunity to get out of here and save yourselves, if you help us. And he's gonna turn and look back at the general and go ahead and just kind of take a good strum of his lute once again, but no sound comes out. And but at the same time, Blade is kind of chanting a tune, but you don't really hear anything audible coming from him. But you just the general might hear a little run, 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 kind of like whispering towards him. And Blade is going to cast Dissonant Whispers at the general.
Nice. What do you need from me?
That is going to be, I believe it's a wisdom saving throw. Yes.
Okay, wisdom saving throw. It's a raw roll for me, but not 20, buddy. Sorry.
Oh, goddamn. Okay. So I think he still takes half damage with psychic damage, but he isn't feared.
Okay. And can you hit me with the language of that spell real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. You whisper a discordant melody that only one creature of your choice within range can hear, racking with it terrible pain. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. On failed save, the target takes, casting this at second level, which would be 46, so takes 46 psychic damage and must immediately use its reaction, if available, to move as far as its speed allows away from you. The creature doesn't move into obviously dangerous ground, such as a fire pit. On successful save, the target takes half as much damage and doesn't have to move away. If deafened, or a deafened creature automatically succeeds on the save.
Okay, yeah, for sure. So how much damage would that roll out to be?
Let me roll it out now. So that is going to be, please be something decent. So 19, so that would be what? 8 damage rounded, or 9 damage? Yeah, rounded down.
Okay.
And Blade is going to kind of once again take a nice strum of his lute and be like, and kind of look towards Renwick and be like, Renwick, I know you're down, but do not frown, because this big old molten giant is a clown. And give him a little bit of inspiration.
Very nice.
I feel like he's puking his guts out, and he hears this, and he just kind of like wipes his mouth, and he kind of grins a little bit and winks at you.
And I think for now that'll be my turn. I'm just going to stay put.
All right, so moving on down to the giant. He's getting it from all angles. He's got Gladiator on one side. He's got Logos on another. He's got Blade hitting him with spells and another. And so he is just going to, rather than the shield charge attack he's been going with lately, he is just going to straight throw some haymakers. You notice that these shields, while he's wielding them, act almost, as if they were boxing gloves, as he just kind of continues to throw a punch or two at, Gladier, who is up against the wall, and Logos, who is also near him. So I'm going to roll it out real quick. Gladier, we're looking at a 16 to hit.
Misses.
So he throws this punch, which takes the shield with it, and just kind of bashes into the iron, and shakes the room as it does. But he does not quite connect. Logos, he does similar to you with his left hand instead. And we are looking. Damn, I rolled the exact same shit. 16 to hit, Logos.
Barely missed me.
So he throws a couple of punches. He kind of forms up, starts taking a boxer's stance, and starts kind of trying to land some blows upon you guys, but crashing into the walls behind you, kind of bashing so hard that it shakes the entire room. And moving on down. From the giant, Locris, you are up.
All right. Since this has not worked yet, give it one more try. And he is going to look at the fire giant and cast Phantasmal Killer. So I need a wisdom saving throw and try and get it below 16 if you would be so nice.
Okay, it's a raw roll. I'm gonna use Avery because I've just been killing you with my dice the last couple of sessions. Fuck.
Yeah, and Avery fucking hates me, so.
Once again, the magic seems to fizzle in your hand. Maybe it's something about the area, the deep underground and metal surroundings. Yeah.
He'll take another 50. Well, let me see the last map before I go doing that. He will move about another 10 feet diagonal northeast. So up and to the right, based upon the last picture from where the sword is.
Okay.
And that'll end my turn.
All right. Hello, Chris. Gladier, you're up. Kind of to one side of you is a pit of lava, and in front of you, a massive giant trying to crush you, and behind you, a 20-foot steel wall. What do you do?
Well, at least I'm standing now. All right, so Logos moved down towards the iron doors, correct? So he's kind of not really backed in the corner anymore.
Correct.
Okay. Is there room for me to move, like on the opposite side of Logos, like between the lava pit and the giant to get around behind him?
I mean, you could try to go through this giant's space if you'd like, or you could step around it into the lava if you'd like, but
He's like right there.
yeah, you guys are like right at the edge of this pool of lava.
Okay. Shit. Oh, man. Fuck, this is intense. Okay. I don't like being in this corner, but I can also have his attention. Um, so he's within melee range with me. So if I used, is it any range attack is disadvantage within melee range, like including spell attacks?
I mean, he's a pretty big creature. I'd say you could shoot for a piece of him that's not right up in your business, I guess. But yeah, is it spell attacks as well? I don't know. That's a rule I'm not sure of. Somebody wiki it.
I know range attacks like a shooting a bow at someone within 5 feet of you is disadvantage, but I can't remember if that counts for spell attacks as well. Hello, Chris. Chris, you're the.
Yeah, give Chris a second. He'll figure it out.
I'm Googling. If you're prone or within 5 feet.
Yeah, is it like all ranged attacks, including spell attacks?
According to the quick search on arcaneeye.com, when you make a ranged attack with weapon, a spell, or some other means, you have disadvantage if you are within 5 feet.
Gotcha. Okay, I thought so, but I
Thanks,
just wanted to
Chris.
double check. Thank you, bud. All right, yeah. In that case, I'm just gonna swing at him with my sword 2 times. I have a plus 11 to hit right now because of Sacred Weapon, so I might as well use it. First roll was garbage. That was a 3. Oh my fucking god. I missed both. I rolled a 3 and a 4 for a 14 and a 15.
Yeah, you don't even get past the shields. You just clang right off of it.
What the hell? I don't think I. Well, I can do Healing Word as a bonus action.
Quick point brought up by Blade. You need to roll a. What's the giant baned?
I don't know.
I believe Blade
I
said
know
he
he did.
targeted all of the Azures.
Only.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, sorry. It was. I did focus it on just theirs.
That could have helped. All right, back to our story in progress.
Nice try though. Good memory. Almost.
In that case, in that case, I'm going to use my last Healing Word to add a Logos. So that is. That fell on the ground and under my desk, and I don't feel like looking for it. That's a 3 plus 1. You get 4 points of healing, Logos.
You think?
The healing word was shit.
I like to think you blow Logan the kiss too. That was your healing word.
Yeah, that's what I'm just gonna stay there. Hopefully the giant will focus on me and not squishy Logos. That's my target.
All right, moving on down is the Azures, who continue to stare creepily assessing the situation. No facial movements or anything. Blade, as you're so close to these creatures, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Perception. 19.
So from what you can tell, these Azurs, they look to be made of metal. They look to be completely made head to toe from bronze. And you're not sure if they even can make facial expressions, as it looks like these are, almost animated, sculpted statue-like beings. But you're pretty sure at this proximity, not only are they incredibly hot, it's got a little extra dose of heat getting close to these creatures, you're pretty sure that they are made from some sort of metal.
Duly noted.
Moving on down, that is another layer action, and with a glance over his shoulder at the space between Renwick and Locris, a fissure erupts from the ground, exploding magma all in the surrounding area. I'm going to need Renwick and Locris to give me dexterity saving throws. As this magma kind of bends the metal flooring and erupts around, it's, this slowly glowing red hot metal slowly condenses back on itself and reseals the floor after spewing lava everywhere.
You said a dex saving throw?
Correct. Dex save.
Dirty 20.
You guys both pass for only half damage, which comes out to 12 fire damage.
I have evasion, so no damage.
Okay. 12 fire damage to Locris. And that is that for the round. Moving back up, top of the round. Logos, you're up. What are you doing?
Yeah, hold on. Well, now I'm gonna disengage and take my full movement to the corner of the room, behind Logris and Gladier, but off to the side. I'm gonna try to get behind them, but also not be in line with any of them.
Okay, and you have 45 feet of movement, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it gets you about, I don't know, about 5 feet away from Locris or so. About 5 feet on the other side of Renwick, but about 5 feet away from Locris.
That's perfect. All right, that's my turn.
All right. Moving on down, Renwick, you have finally stopped retching as you see Logos quickly run by you in the opposite direction of the giant.
See, I'm torn here because now I'm poisoned, and that fucking blows. Let's see here. I could have sworn I had some sort of antidote, but I guess I don't, or I must have used it a while back.
The effects of the poison end after it essentially took a turn from you. It's kind of like being stunned or something, but the effects of the poison end at that point. So you're not currently poisoned.
Sweet. All right. Well, in that case, I guess stand and bang, right? How far am I from Firefoot?
25 feet, exactly.
Perfect. Yeah, he will just stand up and shake it off. And yeah, he's gonna bolt right in, take a swing with the rapier again. Hopefully it doesn't fail him this time. And that's 3 for 12.
Clings off of his armor.
Sweet hand crossbow. Let's go Yandala. And that's a dirty 20, but that doesn't matter. Wait,
Dirty 20
Do I?
also clings off of the armor.
No, fair enough.
I think you have inspiration.
Oh, yep, I was trying to like look back at my sheet to see if I had marked it, but I didn't mark it down. Would you allow me to use inspiration, Sean? You already
for
called
sure.
it, so
For sure.
okay. That's the D8 these days, Will?
Correct.
Word. That's an 8. That's a 28 to hit.
Well, that'll do the trick there for sure.
Thank you, buddy. Fucking bards. I love them. Favorite class. I fucking min damage again, but sneak attacks a 7 plus an additional 19, 26 damage with a hand crossbow.
Nicely done. Once again, finding another hole in the armor to send a bolt through.
I imagine he just like looks down at his rapier and is like, "The fuck is going on with you?" And then he looks back at the crossbow and just kind of like side eyes it a little bit, like his new toy.
Which one's in the tentacle hand?
I always pictured him right-handed, and he shakes with his right hand. So I think his rapier hand would be the tentacle hand. So it's like cursed tentacle hand with rapier, and then like holy crossbow on the other side.
Nice. All right. Anything else there, Renwick?
No, that was move, standard, and bonus.
All right. So moving on down. Blade, you're up.
Right. So on the map here, kind of looking, it appears that there might. Is there like a sword, like on an anvil or a table?
Give me. I'll give you the basics no matter what, but give me a perception check.
All right, perception. 17.
So in that corner of the room, there is the picture you can't quite see, but there is like this looks to be an altar of sorts, and next to this altar looks to be like a large stone desk. But the stone desk is in the corner that you can't quite see as far as the map picture. But with that kind of a roll, you can identify it as some sort of altar. It's got like offering bowls and like incense burners on top, and it is draped in like what looks to be a thick red kind of velvety looking material. And there's something like what you can assume to be the sword. There's like a massive fire giant sized sword just constantly ablaze atop this altar. It's burning evermore, I guess.
Gotcha. I guess Blade is going to kind of once again turn his head back to those to the Azera there and just kind of be like, I think you might want to help us. And Blade is going to cast Charm Person at the 4th level.
Blade, as you reach out and cast your spell, it fizzles upon your reaching out, and that is how you learn that these creatures are immune to being charmed.
Hmm.
That's like the whole room. Put a more aerial view on the map. So
Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Aerial view. I guess, man, I guess for now, do these, if, oh no, never mind that. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay put once again, not do much, not move away from these guys to get any opportunity attacks.
all right, moving on down. Is that it, Blade?
Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna save my inspiration, and I don't want any opportunity attacks.
All right, so back down to the giants. Once again, kind of getting it from all sides. Once again, throws a shield-covered wild haymaker towards Gladier. And we are looking at a 22 to hit.
Yep, that just hits.
Nice.
Or just above it.
All right, so Gladier, as this guy swings one of these massive shields down on you and it crashes up against you, pinning you to the wall briefly, you take 22 bludgeoning damage plus 7 fire damage plus 7 fire damage. Oh, that's it. Fire and piercing damage. 7 each. So for a total, let's see here. Sorry. 22 and then 7 and 7. So we're looking at 36, right?
All right, well, I'm going to use another reaction from Steadfast to have the bludgeoning. So that goes to 11.
And Blade, I'm sorry to kind of intervene. Blade is also going to yell out kind of an insult like, well, you're going to have to hit him a little harder than that to get some more damage. And yeah, to help him with cutting words to reduce the actual damage taken.
Okay, yeah. So
Okay.
go ahead and reduce some of that bludgeoning damage.
That's
So
right
Glade,
now.
you are taking 6 points less damage from that.
Okay, so 5 on the bludgeoning. I'm already resistant to fire damage, so the 7 goes down to 3.
Correct.
Okay, so that's 8, and then 7 piercing, so 15.
Yep.
All right. Thank God. Thank you, Blade. Could have been a lot worse.
Hitting Renwick's a little harder, but I'm gonna try to do it anyway. He makes another a wild haymaker attack in the direction of Renwick as well. Oops. Comes out to 26.
I mean, yeah, that's gonna hit.
So Renwick, as he flails wildly about, smashes up the side of you with this shield. You too take some damage here. 22 points of bludgeoning damage.
Uncanny dodge for 11.
Okay. Plus an additional 7 fire damage. plus an additional 7 piercing damage. And as this fire giant just kind of crashes down, throwing haymakers at the two of you, he howls up to the heavens, "Ow!" seeming to be thoroughly enjoying himself. Moving on down, Locris, you're up next.
All right. Since everything else I tried isn't working, he's just going to start shooting Eldritch Blast.
Okay, give me some attack rolls.
It's going to be a 25 and an 18.
25 hits, 18 not so much.
And that's only going to be for 7 points force damage. And then as a bonus action, I'm going to do Second Wind to get a little bit of health back, and that'll end my turn.
Okay, great. Moving on down from Locris. Gladier, you're up.
Alright, this guy's fucking us up. I'm gonna use my last spell slot to cast command at the giant. Gladiator just grabs his holy symbol around his neck and stares him in the eyes and just says, "Grovel." And hopefully it works. Wisdom saving throw.
Okay, can you hit me with the language of the spell real quick?
Yeah. You speak a one-word command to a creature you can see within range. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or follow the command on its next turn. The spell has no effect if the target is undead, if it doesn't understand your language, or if the command is directly harmful to it. And grovel is one of the example commands that it gives you. It's the target falls prone and then ends its turn.
Okay, I'll give you one shot at this. What language do you tell it to grovel in?
Oh shit. Did I remember, or could I remember, because I spoke to the Azir in 2 different languages. Would I be able to remember which language they seemed, if they did, if which one they seemed to respond to? I spoke to them in Dwarvish and Infernal.
Go ahead and give me an insight check.
God fucking damn it. That's a natural 1.
As far as you know, they responded really well to both.
Try Pig Latin.
They look like demons. They don't look, they're humanoid shape, but they don't look like humans. I mean, their face is on fire. Infernal?
As the divine words leave your lips, they fall upon deaf ears, unfortunately. Does not understand Infernal.
Well, that's my action. I'm just gonna move around kind of where Logus went on the iron door. Kind of like where the I and the R are.
Yeah, okay.
2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, just use my 30 feet to get onto his left-hand side.
Okay, you want to be within a step of Renwick, or give him a little distance, or what?
I'll give Renwick like 10 feet.
Okay, moving on down. The Azirs just look on, emotionless, moving, not, but occasionally the tilt of a head, or one, his eyes follow Logos as he ran across the room before directing its attention back to its master. But yeah, currently still doing nothing. Rolling on down beyond the Azurs is yet another layer action. The fire giant Dreadnought, this General Firefoot. You guys notice that when he walks across this room, wherever he goes, he leaves a flaming footprint that burns slightly, but dissipates briefly after he is stepped on. And he, looking about the room, gives one mighty stomp that shakes the entirety of the room. I need everybody to give me some dexterity saving throws.
Now I roll okay. Jesus. It's a dirty 20 for Glader.
18 for Locris.
Natural 20 for 28 total.
19.
Natural 1 for Blade.
So as his massive stomp violently shakes the room that you're in, most of you maintain your footing, but Blade, as well as all of the Azirs, fall prone. Moving on back to the top of the round, Logos, you are up.
I am going to bonus action enter my starry form, and then I'm going to take my 2 shots at the big guy.
Okay, great. Give me a couple of attack rolls.
First one is a son of a bitch, 14 to hit. Second one, holy shit, man. Fuck D&D Beyond, dude. Fuck, man.
Neither hit, both kind of twang off the armor.
Yeah. I'm gonna use like 15 feet of movement to move back into the left, away from, like, further back just a little bit. Get away from, I think that's Locris. Move, get like, put even more space between us.
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
And that'll be my turn.
Moving on down, Renwick, you are up. Still going toe to toe with this fire giant.
Sweet. All right. Renwick would like to cast Hex. So I place a curse on a creature that I can see within range. Until the spell ends, I deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage to the target whenever I hit it with an attack. And I also choose one ability. When I cast the spell, the target has disadvantage on ability checks with that chosen ability. I'm going to go with strength checks because this dude just seems to be muscling his way through everything. So maybe that'll come in handy. And if you drop to 0 hit points, then I believe I can get some health back. Or no, sorry, as a bonus action, I can move it to the next creature. But yeah, cool. So bonus action Hex, and since I'm right there, I'm just going to go ahead and take a swing with the rapier. Fuck me. That's a 14. And I want to drop back. From what I can see from the map, I think it'd be like 3 spaces back and 2 down to basically kind of like tuck myself in between the wall and that bench.
Okay, yeah.
And since I attacked the giant, it does not incur, and I think that's going to be his turn. He kind of like staggers his way over there to kind of catch his breath. He's taken a few pretty solid hits, so he's got the wind knocked out of him, I would say.
Okay. Moving on down, Renwick. Blade, you are up. Currently prone.
All right. So I guess I'm going to get up. I forget. So getting up from prone, if I'm in melee, does that incur?
That's a good question. I know it was a thing in like 3.5, but I don't know the 5e ruling on that.
If he just stands up, it wouldn't incur any because he's just standing up but not leaving melee range. It's
Okay.
only if you leave melee. You just use half your movement.
Gotcha. Okay. So I guess Blade will kind of bring himself back up to his feet and kind of maybe pick up his loot if he had dropped it off to the side and kind of pick it back up and grab it, and then once again take another strum of it. And it's silent, but aiming towards the general here, you just hear kind of in a whispering voice, just run, just kind of cutting out. And I'm going to once again try to cast Dissonant Whispers on the general.
Okay, and that's a wisdom saving throw for me?
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm just casting that at first level.
Shit, I tried to use Avery to help you guys out. I seem to be killing you and Chris on spells in the last couple sessions, but 19 on the die.
Damn. Okay, so he's gonna take. Let me just roll out half damage on this first level. So, what do we got? 6 points of psychic damage.
All right.
And I am going to Oh, do I want to do this? Probably not. Yeah, why not? I'm going to. I know it'll probably incur at least from the giant, but I want to use my movement to kind of go back towards that altar there.
Okay, yeah, 15 feet towards the altar. Will give him an attack of opportunity, though.
Yeah, go ahead and send it.
23 to hit.
And oh god, as a last ditch effort, I'm gonna just cutting words him and be like, try again.
Okay, wisdom save? Or you just bring the to hit total down?
Yes, the to hit total down. So I'm just gonna roll 1d8 off of that.
Oh, perfect.
7 off of that. So if that is
23 becomes 16, I think.
16, yes, and plus with Gladier's thing, if I still have that.
Ooh,
So
Gladiator might have to make a
Oh, yeah, I
concentration
need a
check.
couple of con checks. I took damage twice. One was
I might be a 17.
Gladiator, just we'll set the DC at 10. Give me a couple con saves real quick.
first one is a 17. Second one is a 18.
Perfect. You maintain the spell.
Perfect.
Still a +2.
Yeah, you thwart the incoming attack of opportunity blade as you kind of make your way towards the altar.
And I don't know if can I just take another good look at that altar just to kind of see if I see anything different about it? I don't know.
I'll say give me a knowledge religion check.
Ooh, religion. Not my strong suit. 16?
Blade, what languages do you speak?
I know Common, Dwarvish, Elvish, and Halfling.
So you are unsure as to like what god this is specifically. There seem to be some sort of runes on a language that you don't quite understand, kind of embroidered on this nice red cloth in gold embroidery. But aside from that, there's an incense burner and a little like offering bowl. Looks to be like maybe some sort of charred remains in the offering bowl. Aside from that, in the incense burner, there is a massive flaming sword set in the center of this like cloth on this altar, and it doesn't seem to be burning the cloth, but the sword is just ever flaming.
Gotcha. Okay. I guess that'll do it for Blade for now.
Okay, moving on down from Blade. It is El Gigante. Okay, so Gladiator coming in hot. Another blow coming your way. We're looking at 25 to hit.
Yep.
Okay, so you take 23 points of bludgeoning damage, plus an additional 8 fire damage, plus an additional 8 piercing damage.
All right. Fuck it. He's steadfast again. Use another reaction. To half the bludgeoning. So 23 goes to 11. 12. 12.
We'll say 11.
Okay. 23 goes to 11. 8 fire drops to 4 because I'm resistant. And then 8 piercing.
Correct.
Okay. Sounds good.
After throwing a haymaker at Gladier, he takes a couple steps forward, keeping you within melee range. But he does move a few feet towards Blade and sends another attack Blade's way, another wild punch. However, this one only comes out to 17 to hit.
If Gladier's concentration held, that is a miss.
Well, Gladiator, roll me a con check, because
Yeah.
you did just get pummeled real quick.
That was 11 plus 4, 15 plus 8 is 23. So half of that would be 11.
Correct.
Good. Oh, that's a natural 20. Where the fuck was that when I was doing my insight check to figure out languages.
Yeah, you maintain the spell, and it comes in handy as you swear at the last second. Blade, a bit of radiant light seems to like deflect this blow in such a way it glances off, missing you.
I think I might have soiled myself a little bit.
That being said, moving on down from the giant, Locris, you are up.
All right, so being pissed off, Locris is just going to keep doing what he is doing since it's occasionally doing something, and shoot out 2 more Eldritch Blasts.
Okay, great.
That's going to be a 24 to hit,
That hits.
and nat 19. So that's 27 to hit, but since he's got the Hexblade curse, that counts as a crit.
Oh, very nice.
So try these 2. First one is going to be 8 plus 5 for 13 points force damage. The second one is 9 plus 6 is 15 plus 5 for 20 points of force damage.
Very nice.
And as a bonus action, he's just going to yell out an infernal, "Your mom sucks cocks in hell."
Very nice touch. Nice touch.
Oh, add an additional 6 points, or no, 3 points, to that last one, because I get a bonus damage, which is my proficiency, and I haven't been adding that this whole fucking game.
Nice. Okay, will do.
And that'll end my turn.
All right. Moving on down from Locris. Gladier, you are up.
Okay.
After he takes this damage from Locris, by the way, he says something very guttural, very odd language, the giant tongue, and you don't know what he says, but he says it to the Azure.
Oh shit. Alright, so if I can use as a free action to just yell out, watch the other ones, they might be joining the fight soon, and then sprint forward. I'm just gonna run. Let's see, how many feet is that? 5, 10, 15. I'm gonna move 15 feet to like the other, just like the opposite end of the iron doors.
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna take 2 swings at the fire giant.
Alrighty. Give me some attack rolls.
Full discretion. Sacred weapon only lasts 1 minute. Has it been? How many rounds have it gone? Has it been more than a
That'll
minute?
last you like 10 rounds. By my estimation, I think we're at 4. So you got 5 or 6 more rounds.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Then yeah, 2 swings. That is okay. Finally, that's a 26 to hit.
Oh, that'll do it.
All right, and then 30 to hit. Here come the rolls. All right,
That'll do
so
it.
yeah, they both hit. That's gonna be total 2d8 plus 5 damage. That's 7 plus 5 is 12. 21 slashing damage. It is considered magical. I don't think there's anything else added, but let me just double check. Yeah, no. Yeah, just If it's not already considered magical, it's magical, but it is a +1 weapon already. So yeah, 21 damage to hit, or God damn it!
All right, yeah,
Sorry,
I'm picking up what you're
stressed.
putting down.
I'm
Yeah.
real stressed right now.
As you kind of carve into this fire giant, you notice after you've landed a blow or two, he does seem to be bleeding, but this giant does not bleed like the others. When he begins to bleed, his blood has like a more magma color and consistency. It's thick like syrup, and it seems to glow like with a red fiery glow.
Interesting. Bonus action. Could I use that to take a glance over towards the altar? Because I kept seeing Blade looking that way. Would I have seen, kind of like noticed maybe Blade taking multiple glances over into that corner and like staring at it?
Yeah, I'd say from your position, you got a pretty good view of the room. Your choice: perception or religion check.
Where's my religion? Shit. Well, I'm a really shitty paladin, and my religion is lower than my perception. So, oh nope, I don't see shit. That's a 7 total.
With a 7, you just kind of get the basics. You can kind of see, it's a pretty big altar, so it's a little higher up than what you're used to, but, it's red cloth embroidered with gold, and there seems to be something ablaze lit, like up on top of it. Like the sword just never seems to quit burning.
All right. Well, that is my turn. At least I finally did something.
All right, moving on down. Now the Azurs. The Azurs, all prone at the moment, use half of their movement to get up, and they all, with like an unerring obedience, move into the fray. Their mouths do open, and within a dark glowing liquid can be seen deep within these bronze beings, and they let out a screech and run forth. So, most of them move into a fray, and it seems that of the 5 Azurs, their attention seems to be split between Locris and Blade. Unfortunately, because using half their movement to get up, only 2 of the 5 can actually make it to said targets. So, give me just a sec here. They move in. A hammer in one hand, shield in the other. The hammer lit ablaze with fire, and they make an attack. First Blade, we're looking at a, let's see, what's that? 18 on the dice becomes a 24. I believe they do have Bane. Is Bane a concentration or no?
Bane is concentration.
Good to know.
Is he within 5 feet of me from where I moved? I don't think so, but I just want to double check.
He's there's a 5 feet square between you and him.
Okay, so he's 10 feet away. Never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry, Blade.
So 3 minus off of that becomes a 21 to hit, I believe.
Oh, that hits.
Blade, you take 8 bludgeoning damage and an additional 5 of fire damage. So 13 damage total.
Okay, so 13 damage, and to roll my concentration on that, so is it? It would be 10 for because that's higher.
Correct. Just a con save of a DC 10.
Okay, and I do so with advantage because of Warcaster. First roll is 14.
All right, you maintain concentration. Locris, the one marching up to you, takes a swing, and it must have gone wild. I don't imagine a 12 hits.
Thankfully, no.
As he runs up and just kind of bangs into the metal at your feet and gives it a menacing stare. And moving on down from there. That would typically be the layer actions. Let's see here. Once again, a bit of this some unknown liquid seems to be building on the ceiling, and as it congeals and conglomerates, it slowly comes together and drips off, and as it hits the ground, it sizzles and smokes. Logos, you are the only one in the vicinity. I'm going to need you to give me a Constitution saving throw.
Four total.
With that, you kind of get a mouthful, a breathful of this caustic liquid. Just it being around you makes your skin itch and kind of crawl. And as you get a good breathful of it, you continue. You vomit profusely and immediately. So violently, you are incapacitated until the end of your next turn. Which, lucky for you, is right now at the top of the round. So, you put your head between your knees and you puke harder than you have ever puked before, and you spend the entirety of your round vomiting, and through tear-filled eyes, you kind of look at this a pile of vomit at your feet and take a breath of this hot, stale, dank air. But the moment has passed. But alas, it does cost you your turn. Renwick.
Got it.
Renwick, you are up.
Presumably because he has reached, there are still allies within melee of him.
Oh, yes.
Just making sure. Cool. Well, he's hexed, and my rapier has fucking failed me on every shot or every swing tonight. So let's just rock the hand crossbow. First shot for a fucking 11. Second shot for a fucking 14. I will use my... Actually, no. That was bonus action, so I'm gonna stay where I'm at, and... Yeah. Fuck me.
You guys are probably gonna die. Okay, moving on down. Blade, you're up.
Oh, this sucks. Well, I guess Blade is going to take a good hard stare at this general and just kind of glaring at him, kind of furrowing his eyebrows, just being like, why don't you pick on someone your own size, you big old fiery bitch, and do vicious mockery at him.
Alrighty. Wisdom save for me?
I believe it is wisdom, yes.
Okay, hit me. I know you've done this before, but hit me with the language of vicious mockery real quick if you can. I'm mostly looking for, does he have to know what language you're speaking in? And if so, what language do you viciously mock him in?
So, you unleash a string of insults laced with subtle enchantments at a creature that you can see within range. If the target can hear you, though it not need understand you, it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw.
Perfect. All right, well, that's a raw roll for me, and I'm looking at an 11.
Perfect. So he's going to take 2d4 psychic damage. So 3 and 2 for 5 points of psychic damage. And he has disadvantage on his next attack roll before the end of his next turn.
All right, duly noted.
And Blade will take his loot and kind of giving a nice little, though the time that we are in may seem a little dire and dim, it's going to play a nice kind of cheerful tune and a nice little kind of, once again, silvery mist kind of waves across the floor like a snake going across it and kind of wraps around Renwick's legs and moving up towards him. And it's going to give him a little bit of inspiration.
Is that your last inspiration for the day?
It is not, actually. I still have, I think, 3 more after this.
Okay.
And I don't think I'm going to do any movement. Yeah, I think I'm just going to stay put.
All right. After Blade, it is the giant with another couple of wild haymakers. One sends towards Gladier. Gladier, fucking damn, 17 to hit.
That fucking misses, you son of a bitch.
Just crashes up against the wall behind you as he's throwing wild, but he also throws one at Blade. Blade, I'm looking at 30 to hit.
Yeah, it just hits.
All right. With that, Blade, you take 21 points of bludgeoning damage, plus 6 points of fire damage, plus 6 points of piercing damage.
Holy smoke.
33 points total.
I'm fine.
As he just smashes his blade upside the head with this massive shield that he's flailing around. With that being said, moving on down from there, Locris, you are up. Currently,
Right.
one of these Azurs has run up to you, and it looks like a couple of his friends are not far behind him. You looking like their target.
Pissed off at the audacity of this thing. And for some reason, unbeknownst to him, being pissed off at robot technology, of wanting to shout the name Avery, he's going to take 2 swipes with his packed weapon.
Okay, yeah.
A 14 and a dirty 20.
Dirty 20 hits.
And that's going to be for a measly 7 of piercing.
Well, coincidentally enough, Locris, as you take a good swing and pummel into this creature, getting close enough to hit it is pretty hot, but actually striking it, you realize that it not only blood but sweat comes blasting out of this creature after your attack and covers you, and you take an additional 7 points of fire damage after the attack. Splattered with this creature's hot, burning blood.
And that ends my turn.
Okay, moving on down from Locris. Gladier, you're up.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to interrupt for a second. After that hit, I forgot to roll my concentration on Bane.
Oh, for sure. Go ahead and roll it out for me.
So that was 30. It was 33
33 halved. We'll round down. We'll call it what? 16? We'll call it 16.
16. All right. So with advantage, first roll 14. 8. Concentration on that drops. Bane is gone.
No Bane. As the pummeling kind of rang the bard's bell, he lost concentration on the spell. Yeah, right. All right, so I believe that was Locris is up? Or Locris? Wait. Gladier, sorry.
Chris is finished. My turn.
All right.
Oh, goodness, excuse me. I'm going to move up to that square between the fire giant's shield and the Azir by blade. So kind of like diagonally upwards.
Okay,
of
yeah.
Blade. Just kind of putting myself between him and the fire giant, and then I'm just gonna take 2 swings at General Firefoot. The
All
little
right.
bitch,
Give me some attack rolls.
big bitch. That's a 24 to hit.
That hits.
Oh, thank God. And then 27.
Also hits.
Hits. First roll's damage is a 9 slashing, and then 11 slashing, so 20 damage total. And then shit. Yeah, I don't really have much bonus action wise. Actually, bonus action, I'm gonna take a potion of
Okay.
greater healing. And it's a bonus action, so I have to roll it out. Right, yeah. 44 plus 4. Don't fuck me, dice. Ooh, that's a 4. That's 2. I shit you not. I will take a picture right now. That's 4 4s.
Fuck yeah, dude. Take it.
4 4. That's, God, 24? 20 points of healing? Yeah, 8, 16. Yeah.
16.
Holy shit. All right, yeah, that's my turn.
All right. So moving on down from Gladier, the Azurs kind of move in, surrounding both Blade and Locris. Let's see here. No Bane, but a 10 to hit on the first one at Blade, and a 16 to hit at the 16 hit Blade. Probably not, I don't think.
That is a miss.
So as they move in close, they take wild swings with their flaming warhammers. Don't seem to find any purchase. Locris, a trio of these Azurs descend upon you. 16 for the first to hit, 17 for the second to hit, and actually a decent one, 17 becomes a 23.
23 hits.
Locris,
Everything else misses.
you take 5 points of bludgeoning damage and an additional 3 points of fire damage as this flaming warhammer finds purchase.
Got it.
Moving on down to the bottom of the round. actually kind of tapped on layer actions at the moment. Layer actions just kind of SOL. So, moving on back to the top of the round. Logos, you are up.
Oh, all right, and I'm done throwing up. Logus will kind of sit up straight and wipe his mouth. Be kind of pissed because he spent almost his whole damn fight running away, and he's gonna take. He's gonna take a couple shots at the big guy.
Okay, yeah. Give me some attack rolls.
First one is a 25 to hit. Second is a Charlie, come on. My cat's on the table smacked my D20 when it was rolling. Second one is a 30 to hit. Third is a 29 to hit.
All hit.
Holy hell. So let me know that. First damage is 13 points of damage on the first one. 14 points of damage on the second one. And 9 points of damage on the third.
All right, so 36 points total.
Yeah, and that last bolt is pure radiant damage on the 9 points. If that means anything. So, yeah. And I will stay put. That's my turn.
Okay, as you leash these arrows and they all find purchase, more of this golden crimson kind of glowing blood seems to be seeping out of this fire giant. Looking a little rougher than maybe having a little less jovial of a time at this point. Moving on down, that is Renwick. You are up.
All right, well, let's see here. I'm going to switch up some dice and hopefully turn my luck around. Let's take another shot with that hand crossbow. Natty 17 for a 26.
That'll hit.
Fuck yeah. All right, so that's going to be 10 damage plus sneak attack, which is an additional 29 damage plus hex. So 31 damage on the first shot of the hand crossbow. And
Very
then
nice.
I'm going to go...
Senna in your pills. Yeah, also, if we have Senna S, otherwise it might just be Senna.
I think you're off mute, Chris.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
All good. And then I am going to use my bonus action to, let's see, summon Tentacle of the Deep. We'll say between the giant and the anvil, off to the side there.
Okay.
So you see Renwick fires that hand crossbow and kind of sheathes his rapier for a second, and he just places his tentacle hands on the ground, and you see this black shadow kind of like move along the ground, and then when it gets alongside the giant, this ethereal black tentacle rips up out of the ground and comes crashing down on the giant. And I'm going to take a hit with that.
What was your damage from last time? One more time, sorry.
31 total.
That's what I thought. I just didn't write it down.
6 of that's necrotic if it matters.
It does. Okay.
And with the tentacle, that's a 12 to hit. So crashes down but misses. And that'll be his turn. He's going to hang out right there.
All right. Moving on down from there, Blade, you are up. Got a couple of Azurs taking swings at you, and while Gladier stands bravely between you and this giant, what do you do?
Blade is going to try once again. Third time's the charm, and I'm hoping this works. Take out his, or have, using his loot, takes a nice big strum, and you just once again hear nothing, but you hear the giant just hearing coming at him, and I'm gonna once again, for using up my last second level slot, to use Dissonant Whispers on him.
Okay, flat roll for me, 17 on the die.
That is a fail.
All right.
So he is going to take 10 points of psychic damage. And on a failed save, it must immediately use its reaction, if available, to move as far as its speed allows away from you. The creature doesn't move into any dangerous territory, such as fire. Yeah. So I guess it has to run.
Oh,
Oh, wait.
wow. Okay. Good. It's next in initiative, so it will definitely make effort. Anything else on this turn?
And I am no, I'm gonna just once again hold.
All right. With that, the giant will make his way away from you. You see him kind of look towards you, and his eyes go wide for a second, and they're, pupilless, glowing eyes, but you could definitely see the expression of terror. And as this guy kind of like backs up against this wall, he is kind of chanting to himself in a very guttural language, but what you can essentially break out is something along the lines of no, as he slowly backs away from the party. Do I remake a save at the end of the turn, or is it when he takes damage or something? How's that work?
I think it just, for that turn, just goes as far as you can. I don't think you have to make like any saves after that. I'm pretty sure it's just
a one turn frighten.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, yeah, he moves far away, and as he is up against this wall, he mutters some words. He pulls a pendant out of his armor. It's a gold chain with a massive ruby on it that seems to be glowing. This ruby is roughly the size of a human head, and he whispers something to it, and you watch before your very eyes as a couple of flowing veins seem to cease flowing. Looks like maybe he cast a healing spell upon himself.
Is he out of my 30? Is he over 30 feet away from me?
Let me count. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Unfortunately, he's about 40 feet away from you, Locris.
Damn.
Do we get opportunity attacks? Or I guess it
Gladier,
would-
you do. As he flees, you definitely get an opportunity attack.
I'm gonna fucking hit him.
Could I use my
30, 20.
level? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah. What?
As far as the healing spell goes, is that something I can counterspell?
It is.
I would counterspell at the fourth level, expending my final fourth level slot.
And with that, you just completely interrupt his divine chance, and the spell fizzles in his hand, and he looks at you, both frustrated, afraid, and impressed.
I did 8 damage on the opportunity attack.
All right, good. All right. So, after the giant, Locris, you are up.
All right. Still in a bad mood. Locris is going to take a swing at the one that he's already been beating on.
Okay, great.
And that'll be a 21 to hit
That hits.
for 8 points piercing damage.
All right.
And then he'll take a second attack at him. Just first one coming down, kind of smacking him from the top, and then the other one uppercutting him.
Okay.
And that'll be a 22 to hit.
That hits.
Need a high roll. There we go. For 12 points piercing damage.
Locris, tell me how you want to do this. However, coming into contact and killing this creature in this way does cause more blood splatter. You take 10 fire damage from this ordeal, but tell me how you end this Azur.
So having smacked him once, he comes kind of overhanded to slap him and then bitch slaps him on a backup swing, just sending him kind of flying back, probably landing between two of the other Azur. And as he just stands there, he flips it off, spits out some blood, and then turns to face the other, 2 or 3 still on him.
All right. And is that it? Anything else? Any movement or anything?
No, because I don't want to get hit.
Good call. All right. Locris, cleaning up on some minion duty. Gladier, you're up.
All right. So, all right. There's 2 Azir on Blade. Giant just ran. Oh shit! Yeah, Locris, you're kind of fucked right now. Or is one of those 3 gone?
Yeah, there is still a pair attacking Locris, but Locris, after a couple of blows, just straight floors one of these Azir. And as it hits the ground, it is a very metallic thud as it's dropped.
So Locris has 2, Blade has 2, then Giant just ran. Don't have much as far as range right now. I'm going to move upwards 1 square towards the anvil. What is that black dot? Is that something?
Renwick's magic tentacle thing.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna move 1 square up towards the anvil / magic tentacle scary thingy. Who do I attack? I'm gonna go for the giant. I'm gonna stay there, but I'm gonna launch 2 javelins at the giant. I've got extra attack for paladin, so I can throw 2. It doesn't specify whether it has to be melee or range. It just
Okay, yeah.
says, yeah, you can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action.
All right, yeah, you can whip a couple javelins his way.
All right, yeah, toss a couple over there. First to hit is not great. That's probably gonna miss. 17.
17 just twings off of a shield, unfortunately.
Second attack. That's much better. That's a 26. Or I'm sorry, 25.
Still hits for sure.
Okay. So that is a 1d6 plus 4. Not great. Not bad. That's 7 damage to the fire giant, piercing. And then I'm going to bonus action. I need to take out this greater healing potion of my inventory. Just a regular healing potion
Okay, yeah, roll it out.
for myself. Let's see if I get another 4 or 2d4. I got 44 on the last one. I swear to God, I'm not cheating. I got another 2d4s on the.
Nice. You're like fucking. You gotta take that dice rolling to Vegas.
It's only the d4s though. Everything else, I'm rolling like mids. It's another 10 points of healing.
Perfect. Moving it on down. Anything else there, Gladier?
No, that's it. Yeah.
All right, moving on down. We are looking at some Azir action. A couple of them continue to take swings on Blade. We're looking at a first one is a 13 to hit, which I believe misses. The second one is a 16 to hit, which I believe also misses.
Missing it.
They have this flaming warhammer that they kind of swirl about and try to bring it crashing down upon you, but to no avail. Your AC is over 16, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yes. Yep, it is 17.
That's what I thought. Okay, moving on over to Locris. First one, 21 to hit. Second one, even better than that, 24 to hit.
Both hit.
That comes out to a total between the two that is 10 points of bludgeoning damage and 7 points of fire damage. As these guys kind of tag team Locris. One goes low, one goes high, and they both connect with their hammers.
What was the total?
17 total.
Okay.
That being said, moving on down, the layer actions are possibly spent. Let me roll that. Yep, no regeneration of any layer actions at the moment. So that moves back up to the top of the round. Logos, you are up. Also possibly muted.
Is it my turn?
Correct.
Sorry, we were trying to remember something in the other group chat. I was my freaking train of thought was preoccupied. Let me take a look. And so the giant is retreating right now, and he looks to be pretty hurt.
Yeah, he attempted to heal himself, which failed, and between the party's attacks, he seems to be in rough shape. There's a lot of this glowing crimson liquid pouring forth from him.
Okay. I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna take my 3 attacks at him. First one is a. Dude, God damn it! This cat. Go over there. First one is a 19 on the die. Second is a 6. So that misses. Third is a 14. So that's 25, 30, and 17 to hit.
2 hit, 1 miss.
Okay, so first one is 11 points of damage. Second is 14 points of damage for 25 total. I missed on the radiant damage, so no radiant there.
Okay, yeah, a couple more arrows land, and he looks to be struggling to stay on his feet at this point. He's coughing blood. He's looking erratically around at his minions and things. He looks to be almost in a panic, backed into a corner.
That was everything. I'm gonna stay put, so that's my turn.
Renwick, you are up.
Well, sounds like there's not much to do other than fire a couple more bolts. Hope they fucking hit. Or at least one. We'll talk tentacle in a moment. First bolt. Fuck, that's a 4 for a 13, so that's a miss. And we're just gonna bonus action bolt again. Fuck me. For a 15, and I'm gonna take inspiration with that. Hope for the best. Oh, 2. So, 2 misses.
More bolts just kind of clang off these well-placed shields.
And that'll be my turn. I'm just gonna miss pretty much everything tonight. I'm fucking useless.
So does your tentacle move, or is it just stay placed, or what? Does it have its own?
I can move it as a bonus action. So when my first attack lands, it makes sense to use the tentacle, but otherwise, it's better to go for sneak attack.
Okay. So any movement or anything?
No, I'm gonna hang out in my little hubby hole.
Okay, yeah, you're kind of in a little niche by this, between the wall and this altar. Moving on down, Blade, you are up.
All right. So, okay. So as far as the Azure go, are they? So we have 2 that are on Locris, and is it 1 or 2 on me?
There is a pair of them making attacks on you, and there is a pair of them also making attacks on Locris.
Okay. Blade is going to kind of fling his loot on his back and then kind of pull out from behind him his little itty bitty hand drum. And it's just going to be kind of doing like kind of like a tribal beat to it, just kind of boom, 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 boom. And before hitting that last beat, it's nothing. Again, silence. And you just hear kind of a like a shattering sound coming over from near Locris. And going to cast Shatter on the two dwarves, or the Azir next to him. Are they within 10 feet of each other?
Yeah, they're right next to each other.
Perfect. So I'll burn up my last 3rd level slot there to do Shatter on them. So that'd be a 18 con save on that.
Okay, a con save coming from some Azure. Let me double check here. Yep, I get a +4 to this roll. So first one is an 18, and the second one is also an 18. 2 14s back to back.
Damn. Okay, so they, I believe, take half damage. Yes. So that is going to be. Let me roll it out here. Oh my god, where did my shatter go? There it is. So we are looking at.
Hey, DM.
What's up, man?
Rules as written. A creature made of inorganic material such as stone, crystal, or metal has disadvantage on this saving throw.
Oh yeah, well they are actually made of bronze. So let me do that again.
Oh wow!
I rolled 2 14s last time, so I got a +4 to the roll, but that one's actually better. That's an 18, so 14 would stand on 1, but that one is a 12, so that would be one failure, right? 12 becomes 16.
16 is a fail.
That's Renwick with the assist as well.
Very nice. That's well played. So 1 full damage.
Okay, so for the half damage, we are looking at, I believe, 8 points and 17 for the full.
Well played, as this shatter spell does just that, and reverberates through these metal creatures and causes quite a bit of discomfort and screeching.
And then Blade will kind of, as he's still tapping this drum, be looking at Locris and just saying, "Oh, Locris, have no fear. This drum beat, while it may not be so near, just hold me dear." And that, oh man, that was terrible. All right, I give him inspiration. I was trying to think of something new.
It was good. You had it good for a quick-witted. Locris, what is that? A D8, I believe.
Yep, D8 on that, and I won't be moving.
All right, moving on down from Blade, we are looking at this fire giant who, in desperate fury, just rushes straight forward towards Gladier and Blade. So, as he does so, he lumbers forth. Gladier, I'm going to need a strength check first from you.
Check or saving throw.
I'm pretty sure it's a save actually. It's a strength saving throw.
Saving throw. Okay. Ooh. Oh no. 14.
From the impact of the shield, Gladier, you take 12 bludgeoning damage. But as he kind of rushes by you, you find yourself kind of caught up underneath it, and you roll underneath this raging shield and get stomped on by this creature. So after the initial, 12 damage, you take an additional 18 bludgeoning damage as this giant stomps on you as he makes his way by you.
Okie dokie.
Also, you're knocked prone.
Okay.
And Blade, I also need a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw. Oh man, that is a flat roll.
Do better than 14.
Oh, Oh, a 5.
You take 12 points of bludgeoning damage from the impact of the shield and also cannot seem to find your footing, getting knocked prone. And as you do, he just kind of rolls over you. You also take an additional 18 points of bludgeoning damage as he just kind of stomps on his way by you.
So 30 points total.
28. No, yeah, it was 12. 30 points total.
I'm fine.
As he does this, he also plows through the two Azir that were aiding attacking Blade anyway, and the two Azir also end up fairly damaged and thrown onto the ground prone. As the giant continues forth, more in the direction of Logos, sorry. Okay, so that being said, with the giant running across the field, Locris, I believe you are next up. I'll send a quick pick real quick.
All right. Well, as a bonus action, Locris is going to down a potion of healing.
Okay.
For 7, so that we can get rid of that when it comes. And he is going to smash. Yeah, so the giant's charging past me, but not within melee, correct?
He has entered your melee, but he did not leave it yet.
All right, well, since he entered my melee, I'm going to take 2 swipes at him.
Excellent. Go ahead and give me a couple of attack rolls.
Be a 15 plus 9 for 24, and a 17 plus 9 for 26. And that'll be 5 plus 6 plus 3 for 14, and 4 plus 6 plus 3 for 13. So 27 points total of piercing damage.
Locris, tell me how you want to do this.
So as he comes charging in, pushing through the others, Locris turns around and, knowing he could get more health from his death, smashes him into the knee, which buckles him down to where Locris is able to bring the Morningstar back up, catch a point into his throat, and slash it open.
And a bright orange crimson liquid kind of spills forth, not quite as blazing hot as the liquid within these azures, but it is more than warm to the touch. And he gurgles some final words in giant and then collapses to the ground no more. As Galt the Gorer, or General Firefoot, succumbs to his wounds battling with the party. I need Locris, Gladier, and Blade to both give me 2 dexterity saving throws. As you guys, as General Firefoot breathes his last, the Azures seem to begin to hum with an unnatural screech, and as they open their mouths and let loose a violent wail, each of them explodes into a burst of molten metal, and it kind of surrounds all of them.
Are we at disadvantage because we're prone?
You are.
Okay, well, Blade, you still get a +3 because you're within 5 feet. Oh, shit! What did you roll, Blade, on your Strength. Oh no, you rolled a 5. Never mind. You wouldn't have made it with the plus
Oh
3.
no.
Yeah. But yeah, on this you get a plus 3 to your saving throw because you're within 5 feet of me.
And and each of them explode. So I gotta get a dex save for each of them. So 2 from Blade and Gladier, and 2 from Locris.
Oh shit! 4 die. Okay. First disadvantage. Oh, not bad. Sorry, I'll let
Go
you.
ahead. All right. Well, I burned my inspiration and got a 22 for one and 15 on the other.
So you jump out of the way of one, but as you jump out of the way of one, you jump into the way of another. You take an additional 9 points of fire damage.
All right. So for with disadvantage, the first one I got at 18.
You successfully dive out of the way of the first explosion.
Second one is with disadvantage. The dirty 20.
You successfully maintain enough of a distance from these creatures not to get burned.
Just tuck and roll, tuck and roll.
Blade on the first one rolled with this disadvantage 24.
Oh, the first explosion, you're fine. You managed to get out of the way of this molting metal.
Second, we are looking. Oh, that's a nat 20 on the first one, and second, a nat 1. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh no.
You also take
Wow.
an additional 9 points of fire damage as some of this molten metal finds its way through the air right to your chest. And with that, you guys are left in this room of like a dank, stale heat, but currently not in combat.
Blade will collapse to the floor.
Glitter's gonna kind of army crawl because he just kind of tuck and rolled like stop, drop, and roll style to avoid these exploding automatons. He's gonna army crawl over to Blade and just reach into his pouch and pull out a standard potion of healing and just kind of drop it down onto his chest. Here you go, buddy. You look like you can use some of that. And he's gonna slowly get to his feet and just kind of take a look around the room, just general like a status update of his surroundings.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the room is engulfed in like a suffocating heat. It makes the air kind of shimmer with waves and causing sweat to bead on the party's brows. The faint scent of burning embers and sulfur kind of linger in the air, adding to its intensity. You know, the pool of molten lava glows with an otherworldly kind of crimson hue, casting dancing shadows across the room. You know, the surface of it ripples and bubbles, occasionally sending small geysers of sparks shooting into the air. You know, there's this giant-sized forge and anvil. The forge kind of dwarfs the room. Its mighty flames roaring as they consume fuel. The intense heat kind of radiates from its depths. It looks to be somehow, some way, this forge is using like the pool of lava as a heat source. So it's like a never-ending forge of some kind. You notice the metallic slave cages hanging from the ceiling near the door. You notice many crates and barrels on the northern and easternmost walls. You notice an altar and a desk on the southernmost wall, and a bed up in the corner. And this bed is like a very kind of imposing. It's got like deep red and black velvet sheets, and the frame seems to be intricately crafted from bronze, depicting scenes of fire and destruction. And with that, where do you guys go from here?
Locust is going to investigate the body and ransack.
All right.
While he's doing that, can I take a look at the forge since I'm right there? See what the Zier were working on when we walked in?
Yeah, for sure. Locris, go ahead and give me an investigation check. Gladiator, you look up and kind of see what they were working on, and it looks like they were making yet another shield. One of these large, giant-sized tower shields. Look like they were making yet a third one for the fire giant leader here.
A 22.
22. You definitely come across a few things. One being a golden chain holding a massive ruby, roughly the size of your head. And as you kind of come across this chain with this massive ruby, you look into it, and within this ruby looks to be an elven woman. It looks like she is falling, ever persistently, ever falling, but she doesn't ever seem to move from the center of the gem. But you can tell by the trajectory of her clothing and the flailing of her arms and legs that she looks to be in a constant state of free fall. Aside from that, as you pat down this fire giant, you do come across roughly 500 gold pieces worth of coin.
Logus is gonna change his starry form. Instead of an archer, he's gonna change it to a chalice, and he's gonna cast Cure Wounds on Blade at 3rd level. So that's it's 3d8 plus 4.
Okay, great, yeah.
So you get 18 points back, and then with my chalice starry form, I heal no, let me look it up. I heal 1d8 plus 4, and then a creature of my choice also heals 1d8 plus 4, so I'm gonna give it to Locris. So roll out a d8, add 4, and you heal that much, Locris. Blade, you heal 18.
Feeling better already.
Thank you, friend.
All right, so what do you guys think? Do we smash this thing and hope she comes out? Or do we wait until I get some spell slots back and try to spell magic on it?
Well, it's probably best that if we're going to release her, we release her in a safe space. We don't know what kind of condition she's going to be in, and quite frankly, we left quite a few giants back there, so we've still got to get out of here. It's probably best to get it back to the chapel. The clergy will know what to do.
But what if she can help us get out of here even quicker?
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to get out of here. I mean, we got in here because I was able to Dimension Door, and Logos was able to cast Pass Without a Trace. That's how we were able to get Glader and everybody past. But I mean, I know you're silent as a mouse, but the rest of us are kind of noisy, except for Elf Boy.
Well, I mean,
if we need to be
we've made it
sneaky
this far.
again. Sorry, Captain, but if we need to be sneaky again, I do have the capabilities to do it one more time.
Well, it sounds like we've got her out then. In a perfect world, if those giants in the room outside this door remain sleeping, there's another room we have to pass by, and after that there's just the two at the front. And we've slain enough fire giants now that the general himself is down. Maybe they'll stand down, and if they don't, I think we could probably cut them down.
Oh,
but I don't think it's safe
fire,
to bring Tilinara out here.
Speaking of the general, you want to cut his dick off so we could get paid?
I think they need the head, like his face head. But didn't the slaves say that no one really comes in and out of this room? Other
Yes,
than
just the general.
so what if we just
Um,
got out here at least a short rest?
well, but yeah, it's pretty uncomfortable in here. I don't know if this would be a good place for a short rest. Um, I could magic hole us if we needed to.
I believe my hut that I can sometimes summon, maintain a cool temperature inside if needed.
Yeah, but 8 hours, we're definitely pushing it for those giants to be awake and moving about, wondering why the slaves are less chained.
Yeah, I don't think
So
it's safe to
it's
take a
either
long
bail
rest.
out now or we try something stupid.
Yeah,
say-
we're
Well, I
definitely
mean,
we're not going to get a
we
long
could go in
rest.
the hole.
Yeah, but the hole's what, only like an hour? And then
Yeah, it's
we got
enough for a
the
short rest.
Blade's fancy little dome that's 8 hours, but I mean, like Loker said, somebody might come knocking at the door. Yeah, it might just be best if we just try and dip out now. We know fucking the bountiful hand is looking for the captives, so we can give them specific directions. They can probably clear out the rest of these straggling giants. There's not a whole lot left. I mean, we cleared out a good amount.
Yeah,
So
I
but we
mean,
need to get
look
somewhere
at the Blade,
flat.
Gladiator. Look at Blade, and hell,
let's
even Locris. They're looking pretty rough. I think a
yeah,
short
yeah,
rest is at least needed.
All right.
yeah. We could take.
If I might, if I
Sorry.
might, if your magic hole lasts for about an hour, then what say you throw down the hole, and we all take shifts, get your short rests in. Those that aren't resting for about half that, search the room. Then you go take your rest. The other people come out, they search the room. We get as much shit as we can. We get the fuck out of here before that door closes, because quite frankly, it was hard to get in here, and who fucking knows how long those crates are gonna last. And
Yeah, I'm
we
sure
try to
if
grab
the
the slaves
giants,
and make our way out of here.
I'm sure if the giants walk in and that door is propped open with crates and barrels, they're going to come looking.
Do you think there's any chance of freeing Tilanara?
If I get an hour, I'd have my spells. I'd be able to cast more spells, and I might get lucky and break the hold on this. The other option is that with some things, if you break a holding piece, it releases whatever is inside. So smashing it might release her. Depends on the amulet, of course. Would I be able to do an Arcana check to tell if that might be the case?
Absolutely. Give me an Arcana check.
If I take a short rest, I can get my abilities to wild shape back. I'm all out as well.
19.
You would know that from just kind of various, tales of prison gems. Typically, a powerful spellcaster could break the enchantment on a prison gem, but for the most part, the common folk, there usually is like a special tool, a special like a magical item used to say break the prison gem, and that works. But also, typically, there is like a ritual that can be performed to release someone from a prison gem. But without this ritual or special tool, I mean, it's kind of a toss up on your dispel magic spell.
So yeah, we want to be able to smash it with regular weapons. Maybe that big ass sword that's sitting on the altar, but I know I don't have the strength to lift it.
Well, Not counting the big ass sword, which I absolutely will be taking when we leave because I'm heavily intrigued. But I think our safest bet is what everyone else has been saying. I think we take a short rest, take turns making sure everyone can, recover a little bit, and then we just sneak out of here, uh, get back to the city. We give the bountiful hands the map so they can find their way back here towards their captives so they can rescue all the slaves. And then when we get to the city, we can get to uh, one of the temples, and the temples can help us release Tilanara from this amulet.
Logus will
Right,
start
short
pulling out some rope and cast magic hole.
I mean, does everyone agree with that plan? Does that sound good to you guys? I don't want to. I'm not trying to decide for us.
No,
a
that
short
works for
rest,
me.
and I can try once on the gem. And
Yeah,
if it's above my capabilities, we just boogie out.
All right, so the casters and the injured need to rest first. Those that aren't resting will keep watch and search the room. Then we'll switch so that everybody gets a short rest, and then we get the fuck out of this volcano. Agreed?
agree. I'm not.
Agreed.
I'm not going to gain anything other than getting a little bit more hardy from a short rest. So I think I'll take the first watch, and I'm gonna take a look at this giant sword over here.
And I'm gonna stay with Gladier. I'm at like half health, but I short rest is just gonna get me some HP, so I think I'm fine for right now.
Same.
Blade is crawling up into the hole already, but as he's kind of climbing the rope, he's looking back at Gladiator, and he's just like, "Good luck finding, anything you need to find out about that sword." Give him a little bit of inspiration.
Oh shit. Okay.
Ah, nicely done.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so Logos, as you kind of make your magical hole, what is the environment like within your hole? I imagine this hot, arid, stank room with stale, hot air and sweat on the brow. So going from this type of a room to what is your hole like? Like a small air conditioned cubby or something?
The spell is actually called rope trick. I thought it was legitimately called magic pole, so I was looking through my spell list for it, and I was like, where the fuck is it? It's called rope trick. So the hole is like a cool constant 68 degrees, just nice and cool, and it is just quiet and nice and relaxing for the three of us. I imagine we're just very little talking and just have a nice little constant state of just a perfect coolness in there as we all relax.
It's a little wet.
All right. Gladier, Renwick, you guys approach this altar. Both you guys, you can either both give me an independent investigation check, or one of you can give the other the help action. Your call.
Okay. I also, just for your awareness, I took 2 more basic health potions. I got 13 health back. I've got 1 standard healing potion left. But I have inspiration. So do you maybe want to give me advantage? Or what's your investigation like? We could do 2 individual.
Yeah, you can each make your own investigation check on the altar, or one of you can give the help action to the other.
I would aid you, preferably.
Okay. All right, yeah, so I'll take advantage, help action. Yeah, I'm checking out the altar, the sword, everything in that section as a whole. All right, so it's a 13 for the first die. Advantage. That's a natural 1, thank God. Okay, so 13 plus I have inspiration. So that's a 6 on the inspiration die. So that's a 19 plus my investigation is a +3. So that is a 21 total for investigation.
Okay, can you speak or read giant?
I cannot.
Okay, so this giant altar is kind of like a focal point in the room. It is built from obsidian. It's like etched with intricate symbols of fire and adorned with like flickering torches. Kind of like a candle to a giant. But you're unsure as to like what god this is to, but it is some sort of giant deity, you presume. And in this like offering, this like bronze offering dish, there are a few charred bones and like smoldering embers placed upon it. The sword that you're looking at is massive. It is a two-handed weapon to a giant. Lifting it or maneuvering it by yourself is going to be difficult, nigh impossible. It is, probably 15 feet long and close to 500 pounds. It is a massive sword, and it is just ever burning. But with that investigation check, also roll me a D100.
D100. Do that in Avery because I don't feel like rolling 2 D10s. 76.
Okay, with a 76, I need you to roll me 2d4 as well.
2D. I've rolled a whole lot of 4s tonight. I might get a bunch of 4s. No, that's a 1 and a 4. So 5 total. 1 and 4.
Okay, and I need you to give me an additional roll on the D100 table.
Jesus, what did I do? $35.
Upon this altar, it looks like in like the sacrifice area, there is a single glowing potion. Glowing orange, like a bright orange, like a neon orange. Not quite the magma colored, but almost similar to like the blood of the fire giant dreadnought that you guys have just slain. Kind of a weird looking potion left as an offering. Aside from that, there are also 5 what appear to be works of art, little paintings and things that are kind of set up around the altar, but you notice that it is like decent framework, and the work upon it is actually pretty decent. Like this artwork, should you decide to take it, is worth a bit of gold, about 25 gold pieces each. But each of these scenes is like a fiery depiction. One is like of a burning tree, another is like of an ocean of fire, and it's just kind of some flame-oriented artwork. But they are decently framed and decently made. And you find five separate paintings.
Okay. Yeah, Glader's just kind of take a look at each one of the paintings and hand them off to Renwick, and these they actually look like they might be worth something. Maybe we should keep these. Might be able to get a little bit of funds for the party off of this.
I mean, there's a market for everything these days. Somebody out there is going to want these, and if we could sell them as a set, maybe we can get a little bit of extra cash for them.
Yeah.
Not exactly easy things to come by, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna hang out here for a little bit and take a closer look at this sword. If I'm not sure if you want to keep looking around the rest of the room, but this thing just intrigues me. I want to see if maybe I can figure out a little bit more about this.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Is there anything you want to do, Renwick, while Glader's getting down on checking out the sword?
Yeah, can I go search those automatons? see if there's like any salvageable thing maybe that was powering them, any sort of like crystals or even just useful metal parts, anything of value.
Sure. Give me an investigation check as you kind of go through what's left.
Pretty sure that's a flat roll for me these days.
I think Glader's just kind of stand there with like his hands on the sword, because fire resistant, so like it hurts him a little bit, but it doesn't hurt him a lot. So he's just gonna kind of place his hands on the sword and just kind of stand and meditate over this sword for as long as everyone else is doing everything else.
Okay. If you're gonna touch the sword, I'll give you advantage on a religion check.
Okay, I'll let Renwick do his thing first, and then I'll roll the religion.
That was just a 10 for me.
So the ones that the one that Locris managed to destroy outright didn't seem to like explode with the others, and there are it seems like a body. Like whether you would think there would be like an automaton, like gears and cogs and things, but it's not. When you upon further inspection, it's like it has bronze lungs and a bronze heart and bronze liver. Like it's a bronze being, though it's made of metal. It seems to have internal organs. But for the most part, it is just a big chunk of bronze. If you would like to like chip off an arm or a leg or something and take it with you, it'd be totally possible. You probably could get a bit of gold for it, but you're essentially collecting large chunks of copper. It's not worth a whole lot, but it is there.
But like internal organs are metal too. That's
Correct. Like it's not actually a machine as it is like a metal creature of some kind. And the ones that imploded seem to return to like a molten metal state. So while there is like chunks of them left, they're no longer distinguishable as like a once living creature. It looks like maybe someone spilled something close to the smelter or something.
Weird. Can I? Yeah, I totally. That is so fucking strange, but I feel like that's gonna come in handy in the future. Can I try to harvest like I don't know, as your hearts and eyes maybe? It sounds like valuable.
Yeah.
Creepy
Go
things.
ahead and give me. We'll call it a survival check. Give me a survival check for each.
All right. +3. All right. For the eyes, that's a 22. All right. And for the hearts, that's a fucking 22. Double 19s. Holy shit.
You harvest both eyes and the heart with ease. And they are, the heart is a fully like bronze, and the eyes are almost, they're bronze-esque. There's like bronze pieces in them, but it's like almost like a sack of fluid like metal. It's just kind of a different texture altogether.
And yeah, I mean, after that, was there anything else of note in the room? I see there's a bed. Can I just look up under the bed, make sure there's not like that's not where he keeps his diary? Maybe toss the bed and the pillow.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
That's an 8.
As you kind of go toss some things around the bed, it's a big fucking bed and surprisingly soft. Like you don't know about the blankets because it's already like a hot room, but it is quite plush. And whatever kind of fabric this is, it seems possibly valuable. You're not 100%, but go ahead and give me a D100.
It's at a 14.
As you're kind of just flipping things about, you do find a small satchel of gems stuffed underneath the pillow of the bed. This satchel of gems holds 10 rough cut gems, but these are giant sized rough cut gems. So each of these gems will fetch roughly 50 gold pieces. So.
Are there any diamonds in the gems?
Not amongst these ones, no.
Okay. Not that I'm there or anything.
Right. What was your religion check?
17. Straight roll for me.
With a 17, you have identified that the language that is written on the, embroidered on some of the fabrics on this altar is definitely giant. And you think back, and though you can't really read any of the script or anything here, you kind of dwell upon it for a moment. And the name Surtur comes to you. And Surtur is the god of fire giants, said to rule one of the many swaths of land that are claimed by the plane of fire. And he worshipped by all of the fire giants, living in the plane of fire, and his symbol is the flaming sword. And the flaming sword you see upon this altar.
If I kind of spend the next hour with this sword, do I feel like I can maybe? Is it something that I could attune with, possibly? Like, is it a magical weapon that might, magically shift in size to fit its bearer?
You want to try to attune to this weapon?
Yeah, I mean, if everyone else is taking a short rest, I'll spend like the next hour or so kind of just meditating over this weapon and trying to attune with it if it's possible.
Okay, yeah, you kind of begin the process of like attuning yourself to this weapon. As it will take a while, but yeah, you kind of begun the process.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll spend the rest of the time trying to do that.
Okay, so how is the short rest coming along? What is the rest of this party doing?
So I would imagine Renwick had walked over to the hole after he took a look around and like harvested that stuffed the stuff he found into the bag of holding, and just calls up and he's like, "Oi, I'm getting tired. I could use a fresh set of eyes down here if anybody's ready."
Would you say we've had a short rest?
Yeah, we can call it like 30, 40 minutes or so have gone by. You guys have taken a breather, took the time to like, patch your wounds and things. So yeah, you could get your short rest in.
All right. After a short rest, little Chris would slide down the rope. So, did you find anything good?
A couple of giant gems. Took a couple eyes and a heart from that fucking bronze thing over there. Figure that might come in handy. People like weird shit these days. A couple of paintings. Later found a potion. He's over there meditating with a sword. Who fucking knows where that's going? But I don't know. Take a look around. See what you see. And he just starts climbing up into Logus's hole.
Little Chris will pull out his wand of detect magic and set off a charge. And start walking around, seeing if anything jumps out.
So yeah, as soon as you set off a charge of detect magic, you get a ping from one of the crates and barrels kind of sitting nearby. One crate and one barrel both have like a faint ping from somewhere within, and they are sealed iron barrels.
Then he'll take his packed weapon and have it come out like in the form of a pry bar and try and pry open the crate.
Okay, and with that, go ahead and give me a strength check real quick.
Since it is my packed weapon, I would be able to use my charisma.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
So 19 plus, we'll just say regular charisma for 24.
Nice. Yeah, you pry the top open off of one of these iron crates, and go ahead and roll me a D100.
$18.
With an 18, this particular crate seems to have a variety of goods, giant size like leathers and things. Entire cowhides crafted to make a single glove type of stuff. But you do find in the bottom of this crate several different gems at the bottom worth various degrees. But as you kind of pick through the crate to find what there is to find, you find roughly 700 gold pieces worth of random gems. And I'm also going to need you to roll me another D100.
Exactly double that, 36.
And with that, you also come across a green glowing potion. It's like swirls it within, and it's got almost like a milky quality. But you find it amongst the gems.
Perfect. And then if Blade had walked down too, he'll tell him, "Hey, there's something in this barrel. Open it while I look it through here."
Blade will kind of make his way over, a little disheveled still, but awake enough to go ahead and do it.
Okay, yeah. As you make your way over there, go ahead and give me a strength check to pry open this barrel.
It's going to be a flat roll of a 4.
Would I be able to assist him as I see him kind of struggling to
Oh, yeah, for sure.
push my pry bar?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Oh, thank God. A 3.
Try as you might, Blade, you cannot get this damn sealed barrel open.
Mm,
Cast Shatter.
I would. That was my next move, but I don't know if I have these spell slots.
No, you'll probably break whatever's inside. Just point it out to somebody else. Let them take a crack when they wake up.
Has it been long enough that is Glader still working on attuning to that new blade? I'm assuming.
Yeah, Gladier, as you kind of attune yourself to the blade, and you kind of you're feeling out the ebb and flow of this divine magic. Go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh. All right. I don't have any advantage or anything. Oh, that's not great. That's a 13.
So, Gladier, as you kind of hover over this sword for a moment, you kind of close your eyes, kind of meditating a bit with it, and suddenly, in your mind's eye, you get a view of like a lake of endless fire, a realm of non-stop erupting volcanoes. There's no vegetation, but beasts seem to roam the land. Things similar to these Azurs and other various minions that wouldn't mind the heat. Perhaps dragons off in the distance. And as you're kind of looking at this like horrible flame-filled landscape, you get a loud voice echoing into your head, and it tells you, "Small folk, always meddling." And you feel forced away from this scenario, thrust back into your body with such force. You take 40 psychic damage as you are repelled from this sword and shot like 10 feet across the room.
Yeah. He's kind of just lays there on the ground, trying to catch his breath. The wind got knocked out of him a bit. Oh shit. Okay, maybe we should take that sword to someone a little more qualified than I am. Fuck. Alright, shit, Blade, what are you doing trying to open up a barrel? You got spindly little arms. No offense.
They're dexterous, but they're not very strong.
Yeah, shit, man, that thing knocked me on my ass. I think we should still take it, but, think we, might need a little bit, more help trying to access whatever power it holds, or hide it away from someone if it's too powerful for anyone to hold.
Well, how do you plan on carrying that sword out of here? It's bigger than any of us, and it won't fit in a bag of holding. That shit ain't moving anywhere.
Yeah.
Could you imagine trying to sneak that out of here?
Oh, but it's so goddamn pretty.
It's just the shadows making scraping noises. Ooh, I'm a ghost.
All right, fine. We'll tell the Bountiful Hand about it, and maybe they can find a way to get out of here once there's a clear path. But that's definitely something that shouldn't just be left willy nilly. I mean, I saw the god they worshipped. I mean, he spoke to me. Surtur was just a plane of fire, and honestly, kind of really, I mean, kind of pretty shitty. I don't think just anyone should have access to that weapon. So we definitely need to tell the Bountiful Hands and the temples in the city about getting this weapon out of here, and it's in safe hands.
Well, we'll put that on our itinerary, but first things first, we have to get out of here. But there's something in this barrel that's giving me a magic ping.
All right.
So let's get the shit we know we can carry.
Let me just. Okay. He just gets up and cracks his back, probably more than is healthy.
Okay, yeah. I assume they're going to help you, so go ahead and give me, we'll call it, with advantage, you can give me a strength check.
Logus, hearing all the noise that came down, and Gladiator, that looked like it hurt. Here, this may help, and I'll hand him a good berry, and that'll give you 1 HP. And I'll tap him in the back and say, "You know what? You can do this, big fella. I believe in you. You need a win right now." And I'm gonna cast guidance on him.
All right.
Thank you, friend. That helps. The guidance D4.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so it's what was a dirty 20 turned into a 22 strength check.
You just tear the top right off. It's like a Pringles can to you. You just rip the whole iron top right off of its hinges.
All right, yeah, that makes me feel a little better about getting thrown halfway across the room by a goddamn sword. What's in there, Locris?
Roll me a D100.
Me or Locris?
Go for it, Blade. That's your treasure chest.
Yeah, Blade. You made the first attempt. You do it, Blade.
But it was pathetic.
Yeah, but you need to win.
Christ. So he's going to go and kind of poke around. A D100, you said?
Correct.
That's your consolation prize there, Blade.
Oh, let's see. Come on, there we go. 21.
Immediately upon discovering, a bunch of kind of random fire giant stuff in this barrel, some shoes, some gloves, a few clothes and things. There seems to be a handful of just shiny stones at the bottom of this barrel. Most of them are useless, but as you're kind of flipping them around, you do find kind of under this layer of rocks, there is a small spell scroll case containing a single spell scroll.
Blade will kind of pull it out and kind of, I imagine him kind of like face down into this thing and holding it up and just being like, well, I found this scroll. I don't know what it entails, but it's a few useless other stones down here, but I don't know of anything else.
Well, hey, a spell is a spell. Maybe it'll be transport us the hell out of here.
Well, that would be awfully convenient. Can Blade take a look at it?
Yeah, go ahead and give me like an Arcana check.
All right, Arcana. It's not my strong suit. 3. It's a scroll.
Yeah, it's definitely a arcane spell scroll of some kind. It's something you could potentially use, but you might have to figure out how to read it. It looks like it is written in Giant.
No, I can't make anything of it, but it appears to be written in Giant.
All right, well, we'll figure it out later. Pretty sure that hole is about to collapse, and Renwick and Logus are about to be forcefully ejected, like eating a really bad shrimp cocktail.
Logus already came down, but I don't think Renwick did.
Just a little baby shrimp.
Well, does it stay up if Logus is out? Because I know with the tiny hut, Blade has to stay in it the whole time.
Oh, is that how it works?
You touch a length of rope that's 60 feet long, rising from. It doesn't specify. It just says the rope rises into the air until the whole rope hangs perpendicular to the ground at the upper end and invisible into a certain extra dimensional space. It doesn't say anything that I have to be in there. It's
Nope.
just a touch on the rope, and the rope leads into the hole, and it just ends after an hour.
All right. Well, with the time coming soon for the closing of Logos's hole, does the party need to do anything else in particular? Or what's the game plan from here?
I was going to. Locris is going to go back, pull out, well, wherever we have the amulet, assuming from bag of holding, and just get one shot at dispel magic on it, and just hope for the best.
Okay, go ahead and roll it out.
We'll do it on Avery just because we know we need to. Hope. Natural 20 for 25.
Very nice. As you focus up and you go to dispel the magic on this necklace, it takes some effort. You really have to push the boundaries of what you know to be the dispel magic spell, but it does slowly work. And as this giant ruby slowly begins to turn to like this crimson powder and float all about the room. Suddenly it happens quick with a crack, and the ruby cracks open, and slumping forward from it, very exhausted and covered in fluid, not to mention her own sweat, Tilinara Blackfeather falls forth from this gem and collapses on the floor in front of you, completely unconscious.
Glader, do you still have any touch on hands?
It's lay on hands. Touch on hands.
Yeah, I have 1 point of lay on hands left, and I will plutonically lay my hands on her. No, just to like
Her chest.
touch, like grab her shoulder and just push one health point of laying on hands, divine healing into her.
It looks to like heal her immediate wounds, and her eyes flutter momentarily, but it is not enough to bring her back to consciousness. She is out. Looks to be suffering more from exhaustion than actual damage.
Okay. So guys, if I can get a little bit, I mean, seems like she just needs some rest. I mean, if I got some rest too, I might be able to heal her more. But for the time being, I think this is the most I can do for her.
I do have some words of healing, but I don't know if that'll help.
I don't think this is physical. This is just pure exhaustion. I think you'll just have to carry her later as we boogie our way out. Maybe get her
Unless
outside
anyone-
and make make the slaves carry her.
Yeah,
Unless
no,
anyone has a restoration spell.
nothing. I don't think I've. I mean, I also am not rested enough, but even if I was, I don't think I have any sort of restoration spell that is strong enough to get rid of this type of exhaustion. Take a knee
Um,
and learn something.
Logus knowing that she's been in the amulet for so long, Logus is gonna pop in a good berry in her mouth, so that way she only gets 1 HP, but she also like gets like food and stuff, in case like she hasn't eaten in a while. Give her some sustenance.
It definitely seems to help. She kind of gives a bit of a moan, and she seems she's alive, but like I said, she seems to be suffering more from exhaustion than physical wounds.
And
Well,
Glader,
Gladiator, platonically pick up the lady, and maybe we should get on going.
Glader's just gonna kind of pick her up like fireman carrier, and stands and waiting for to follow the lead because he's not the most stealthy person, so he's probably not gonna go first. But he's got Tilanara over his shoulder.
Right before we leave, Renwick wants to pull out the Wand of Secrets and make a pass around the room.
Okay, as you do so, the desk in the corner, in the lower right corner of the room, it seems to be drawing the ire of your wand as it spins about in your hand and then points directly at it.
Yeah, he'll make his way over to the desk and just be like, hey, gents, before we leave the room, something's going on with this desk over here. And yeah, he'll go inspect it.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
Chris will inspect it as well, or investigate it.
Okay, it'll be you can either make your own check or give Renwick advantage.
Renwick, what's your investigation?
It is 0.
How about you give me advantage because I have +3.
I like the sound of that.
And I'll walk up to Logris and be like, "You can do this, buddy. You need the win right now." And I'll cast guidance on him.
Oh wait, no, before. So that'll be 15, 18, 21.
Oh, with that, you kind of sift through this desk. There's a big stone desk just kind of in the corner. And rather than use like parchment in this kind of environment, it looks like the giants are fond of using hide. It looks like either pig skin or cow skin. Sometimes it looks like potentially human skin. And though you can't particularly read giant, there are a bunch of markings upon them in giant. Looks like some kind of like correspondence or some sort. But as you're inspecting all of these like skins and things, you do find that one of the drawers at this desk, while empty, it does have a false bottom. And as you open it up, there is a lead box within this kind of false bottom.
Okay, I will pull out the box and inspect it to see if it's trapped.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
16.
It is for sure trapped, and it is for sure locked.
Renwick, this is your department. It is trapped.
Well, I'm more than happy to take a crack at it. I would assume that would be sleight of hand plus proficiency because of thieves' tools.
Correct.
Sick. All right. That's a 25.
Renwick, you've seen this kind of trap before, and while it is not something super arcane, it's kind of simple, it's also kind of lethal. You disarm a spring near the lock mechanism that looks to potentially thrust a single needle at anyone trying to tamper with it, but the needle does look to be coated in some sort of toxin. You're not 100%, but you do successfully disarm the trap.
And he'll use a piece of cloth, I guess, to like safely wrap that needle up, tuck that away, and open the box. See what's inside.
Give me another check with proficiency for the lock.
Heard. 19.
With a 19, as you're kind of fiddling with it, you hear a tink as one of your thieves' tools kind of slips off of one of the gears inside of this lock, and it doesn't quite give.
And he'll just call out, "Well, now's not the time for this. I'll take another crack at it when we get her to safety." And he'll just tuck it into the. Is it small enough that I could tuck it into the bag of holding?
Yeah, it's you're looking at like 10 or 15 pounds worth of a box, but it could be jammed into the bag of holding.
All right, yeah, I'll do that. It's not time for me to sit here and fidget with this.
Locust will just kind of elbow Logus. He fucked up. All right, let's go.
Before we head out, just to be on the safe side, Locust is gonna cast Pass Without a Trace on everyone.
Okay, so as you cast this Pass Without a Trace, and the shadows seem to reach out to the party, or at least those around Logus, you guys successfully shroud yourself in shadows. And what's the plan from here?
Before we head out the door, I'd like to take a peek out, see if I see anything. Are the slaves still out there? Is there anybody waiting for us?
Give me a perception check.
That's dirty 20.
The slaves look to be continuing the ruse of work, though you do notice that they all seem to have freed themselves. None of them are currently bound to any chains, and they are, several of them are actively looking to you when you poke your head out looking to them, kind of like waiting on the party for what the next move should be. And aside from that, they're just kind of making the typical slave labor noise to kind of keep up the ruse that nothing shady is going on.
Kind of thumbs up at the rest of the party. Slaves are still working. No giants in the room. We're good to go.
I just want to think about one point. It was a lot easier for us to climb that mountain. We're potentially walking out of here with a bunch of slaves. How are we going to get them down the mountain? Are there any alternate exits or easier routes? I mean, a lot of them are emaciated.
I could probably take a couple down. I do still have a not a scroll of featherfall. So I have to read up on that, but I'm pretty sure I can take at least a couple.
Yeah, there's like 10 to 20 in here.
You're looking at about 18 slaves.
Can Glader will pull out the map. Is there like a alternate route? Down?
There is an alternate route or two down. However, the route you guys kind of climbed up was the most direct route. The sloping, gentle like slopes and things that lead out towards maybe like the swamp or Lover's Rest from here actually go through like fire giant country. So you'd be essentially going, through the more populated side of the volcano if you were to do this.
Well, we might have to convince these captives to stay here for an extra day or two.
And what do you think's going to happen when the 6 giants that are still up on this side of the mountain realize that we've fallen their general and, quite frankly, what was it, 4 of these ogres and 2 other giants on top of that? Not to mention we've beheaded them and cut off their dicks. And I think a set of labia, if I remember correctly. They're not going to take very kindly to that, and they're probably going to take it out on the slaves.
Is there any way one of us can either send a message or get to them quick enough to... like Logus, can you turn into a bird of some sorts and fly to them and deliver them a message so they can get here as quick as possible, and while the rest of us stay and keep them safe?
Unfortunately, my wild shape capabilities are kind of limited right now. I don't gain the ability to turn into a flying animal until level 8, sir.
Uh,
I think we're just going to have to hope they're able to survive and get them the hell out of here. I mean, they're dead guaranteed staying here. Risking it on the mountain has got to be a better option.
I can completely get behind that sentiment. We'll take the weakest ones down with your feather fall, and we'll give everybody else a fighting chance with what we can.
I do have one thing that I could do. I could leave a message in the sky, and hopefully they see them and come help, but that's as much as I can do. I could potentially turn into a lizard again, get out of here, leave a message in the sky, and hopefully they see it and come help.
I mean, that's better than nothing, I think.
If anything, just do it on the way out as we're climbing down. But we've got to get moving. Those giants could wake up at any time. Those guards could come roaming back in here at any time. And we've got to get these people out of here now. I've got a scroll of fog clouds, so when we get to the front, I can at least hopefully buy us a little bit of cover. Maybe they'll think it's a cloud or something, and we can try to get to the edge of the cliff, start getting people climbing down.
Yeah. I think that's all we really got.
Well, rally the troops, gather the slaves, and let's go.
Okay, so as you guys come out of, Gult the Gorer's lair, there's almost like a stifled cheer. Like they want to cheer, but they're afraid that like the jovial sounds of cheering might awaken some slumbering fire giants nearby. But they all just kind of look to the party as you guys come walking out. Some of them stunned that you've made it out, and others just kind of hopeful, looking to see what the next move is.
Renwick will walk up and explain to them that we're all going to huddle up and try to use Pass Without a Trace to get them safely out to the the edge. He's going to bring in a fog cloud and try to buy us some cover, and then we're going to help them try to climb down. We'll take the weaker ones with Featherfall, and anybody that wants to try to escape is more than welcome to come with us.
And they all kind of, once that news kind of spreads amongst them, they all rally. They don't have much, but they do have, some pickaxes and things, and they grab what they can and kind of fall in behind you guys.
All right, yeah, I guess we start leading the way, stealthily.
Okay. Everybody in the party, give me some stealth checks as you guys make your way back down this giant metal shaft as you kind of head back towards where you came.
And pass without a trace is a +10.
I do believe so, yes.
Word.
That's 36 stealth for Logus.
24 for Renwick. Rolled a fucking 3.
19 for Glader.
Is it alright if I flip up my Cloak of Elvenkind to have advantage on it?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That's a 20 for Locris.
$27 for Blade.
All right, kind of mixed results as you guys kind of make your way down this iron shaft. Some of you guys a little louder than others, but as you guys kind of make your way down this shaft, you get kind of close. You pass the door of the sleeping giants, and as you continue on, you get kind of close to the entrance, and it is here that you hear what sounds to be fighting. You hear the fire giant language, and the rumble and smash of boulders, and it sounds like there is some kind of conflict at the entrance of this layer. So you guys are unnoticed for now. You guys are probably 100 yards from the entrance in this long, dark hallway, looking outward. And go ahead and tell me how you guys proceed from here.
Renwick's going to try to move forward, but signaling for everybody to hang back, like maybe 15, 20 feet or so. Just so they're a little bit further from the fray, and he's going to just try to get closer and closer until he can get a decent view. Kind of hugging the wall.
Logus would have gone with him.
Okay, you two, go ahead and give me some stealth checks.
That's 35 stealth for Logus.
Fuck me, I rolled a 5, but I mean, that's still 27?
Okay, silent as night and in the shadows, you guys creep forward. And what you see before you is kind of stunning. What you're looking out onto is, there was a pair of fire giants who seemed to be playing some cards or something on a table that was also a cage full of slaves. Well, the cage full of slaves remains, several slaves still inside. But as you kind of look out, you see these angry fire giants stomping on something and throwing stones, boulders, vast distances, and you hear the boulders crash and smash and explode, and the angry fire giants occasionally throw some punches down at the ground and throw a few more stomps. And as you kind of let the natural light kind of focus up your eyes, you see an obnoxious amount of bullywogs seems to be assaulting these two fire giants.
Sean, I fucking love you so much.
Let's fucking go, dude. Logus will immediately shout out to the group, "The army has arrived!" And just start popping off arrows at the giant.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, 100%. Renwick would draw his hand crossbow and his rapier and just fucking book it.
Okay, so as you guys kind of when you guys get this information, how do you proceed? You get the slaves riled up and send them out there too. You guys try to stealth by these already preoccupied giants. Like how do you guys go from here?
Fuck no.
Uh,
I'm letting off
if
arrows and I am helping our bullywug minions.
Yeah, I feel like Renwick like draws his rapier and looks at the slaves and he says, "Now's your chance," and just like points forward and starts running. And like anybody that wants to run in and try to overwhelm these giant guards and free the slaves, you know, like now's our chance. Fuck stealth. The bullywugs are here.
Okay, and for the sake of brevity, with you guys combined with 20-something slaves and a small army of bullywugs, it does not take long. You guys take these fire giants down, and pretty swiftly. However, not very silently. You can hear what sounds like maybe war horns rallying in the distance. It doesn't look like the bullywug incursion went unnoticed, and so after you guys swiftly fell a couple more fire giants, where do you guys go from here? Do you have any tactics, or you just gonna point the way, or what?
You guys move slightly ahead. Get the slaves on the trail moving, and once everybody's passed, Locust is going to turn around towards where the cage is and cast darkness on it. So now there's just a 15-foot radius black sphere. So if anybody comes out of that cave, all they're going to do is run into darkness.
After we release the slaves from the cage, too.
Well, yes, that's what after we get the slaves out and going.
Okay, yeah, easy enough. You kind of go and like smash the lock and set the, you get another 4 or 5 slaves rallied to your cause. You're about 20 deep. You cast the globe of darkness, and then how do you guys proceed? Are you going to try to march yourselves and the slaves and bullywugs down through fire giant country, or are you going to seek the climb downward back to the swamps?
I think the move is we're going to try to climb it, and hopefully the bullywugs can help with that. But Renwick is going to look over at Blade and just be like, Blade, is there any chance that you could spare another shatter spell? The top of the mouth of the cave, a well-placed one could cave it in and at least seal those giants in so they can't come from behind while we try to get these people down.
Ugh. Blade kind of puts his arms up to kind of attempt it, but alas, not much is happening. He's just kind of, I'm afraid without a rest, I really don't have the power to do it.
Oh, don't worry about it, buddy. I mean, we're only here because of everything you did earlier, so it's not a problem. We'll just try to make haste, and he'll just start like unloading all the rope out of his bag and everything that he can to.
After hearing Renwick tell Blade that and watching Blade put up his hands, Locust is just going to stand behind him and cast Shatter at the top of the wall without saying anything. So it looks like Blade did it, just a little delayed.
Okay, yeah.
Probably scares the shit out of everybody because we thought it wasn't happening.
As some rocks tumble down into this darkness globe, and you, as well as some slaves and bullywugs, begin the slow descent. The bullywugs don't seem to have a problem. They stick to the stone just fine with no ropes or anything, and they do help you escort this batch of slaves down off the mountain and back to the swamp. Roughly, several hours for you guys to come up, but only like 2, maybe 3 to get yourselves as well as all of this crew down. For the most part, there were several dozen bullywogs turned into paste at the hands of the fire giants, but you're looking at a little more than 20 slaves and roughly 40 bullywogs, as well as yourselves, make it safely down off of this mountain and back to the original campsite where you guys had kind of posted up the night before. And it looks like there is like a small shrine the bullywogs have built in your honor here at this campsite.
Before we
I
would
love
have
this
gone
so
down the
much.
mountain, Logus would have want to stood at the top of the cliff and cast Skywrite, which is a level 2 spell. And the language on Skywrite is, hold on. Just had it up and okay. So language is, we cause up to 10 words to form in a part of the sky you can see. The words appear to be made of cloud and remain in place for the spell's duration, which is an hour. The words dissipate when the spell ends, and a strong wind can disperse the clouds and end early. So Logus would like to put in the clouds, General Firefoot is dead. Send help. The sands of justice.
Okay, yeah, and as you write it with your hand on the ground, it is so in the sky, in the clouds, before you guys make your descent. At this point, it's only been a couple of hours. You're probably looking at, maybe an hour or two until dusk. What does the party do from here? You're currently on the cusp of the terrain, the base of this great volcano where the rock turns it back to swamp. And what do you guys do from here?
I think we have to camp.
Yeah.
It's not ideal. Walking through a swamp in the dark is just stupid with this many people.
I completely agree, and I'm pretty sure our friends here will help guard our camp. They've even built us a shrine.
Yeah, they would just camp with the bullywogs for the night.
I think that's a good move. And Renwick, is there like any like chieftain that we notice, or like a leader of this band of bullywogs that came to our rescue?
Go ahead and give me, we'll call it an insight check.
Ooh. Oh, let me see here. 12.
You can't really discern any different like details about them. I mean, some are tall, some are small, some are fat, some are lean, but none kind of give you like the like leadership vibe or have any like distinctive marks or anything. But you do notice that they kind of immediately kind of miss the point of what your intentions were, as now that you guys have all kind of made it off the mountain safely. A bit of a scuffle kind of ensues between the recently freed slaves and the bullywogs, as the bullywogs go to try to bind the slaves.
Renwick will run over, I guess, and like kind of, like throwing his hands up and trying to show them like, no, like this is not what we want.
And kind of while this was all going on, I was going to mention Blade would have tried to use his disguise self to once again veil himself as one of these bullywugs.
Okay, yeah. You utilize your magic to transform yourself into a more bullywug-like appearance.
And along, try to kind of soothe them. He'll, not knowing what he's saying, but just go, whoa, whoa, wub, 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 wub. Like, try to just calm them down.
Okay. Renwick, give me a persuasion check, and Blade, give me a performance check.
All right. That's a 22 for me.
$25 for Blade.
So between the two of you, you manage to get your point across, and though it's kind of bullywug is kind of a crude language or culture, but you essentially get it across to them that these are members of your tribe, and you are keeping them safe from the fire giants, and they accept and acknowledge that, even though it's kind of they're kind of bummed out, hoping that they had just helped you acquire a bunch of slaves. But they acknowledge that you guys kind of need a little help, and they go about not only helping you guys set up a bit of a better camp, but they are natural camouflage artists, and the small structures that they build for you are quickly camouflaged with things from the swamp, leaves, mud, muck, vines, and it does not take but by about dusk you guys all have like an individual grass hut quarters for yourselves, and even like a small cooking fireplace, and the bullywugs take it upon themselves to kind of guard the perimeter and put up a watch around the lot of you, and so you are currently safe for the time being.
Was my message pretty big? Did it like fill up the sky and it potentially could have been seen?
Oh yes, you definitely put it up from high up on the mountain, so it got a good visibility rate. Probably visible from like roughly like 30-ish% of the island.
Okay, cool.
And with that, unless any of you have anything particular to do before bedding down for the evening, I think we're probably going to end our session, fellas.
God damn it. Sean, that was incredible. I mean, the boss fight was awesome, but walking out to the bullywugs coming to our rescue is just such an incredible visual that I didn't see coming at all. And I was so prepared to get like fucked up and lose a couple slaves during this giant fight because we get caught trying to leave. Oh my god.
For real,
Lovely.
the fucking chills that I got when it was just so perfect. Like probably like top 3 favorite moments, just fucking seeing those bullywugs help us.
I love that he goes, I know, I'll have bullywugs cause a distraction so they can sneak around him. And you two go, fuck that.
I feel like a sense of like responsibility for these bullywugs now. I couldn't leave them to die.
Yeah, I mean, like, we won their favor and now they basically worship us. We're not gonna let them just do battle alone. Like, we don't really stand down in those situations. So I feel like in character, it was definitely like a fuck no, like, we're taking these two guys down and we're getting everybody off this mountain. Oh, God, that felt good. Such an awesome moment.
To be fair, if any of you could read Giant, you probably would have discovered that was probably going to happen at one point or another. The fire giants tend to enslave more than just like those from Lover's Rest. It starts with their local communities, so they're not big fans of fire giants. Most bullywugs. Anyway,
Did we
fellas,
level up?
not quite, unfortunately. Sorry, gotta stretch that level for one more sesh.
Man, you don't know how quote that fight. I think you almost got at least 2 of us down. And when you shield charged Logus that one time, you took maybe about almost half his health away with that one shield charge. That's why, like, I spent like literally like 3 or 4 turns just trying to get the fuck away because one more hit would have put me in the danger zone for sure.
Yeah, I had to burn 3 of my charges on my shield, or else I would have been down for sure. If I hadn't burned those charges to get resistance, yeah, I would have been out.
I think at the end of the fight, Blade said he was down to like 2 HP.
Yeah, that's the lowest I've gotten.
Well, I was, I mentioned that you guys hit above your weight class, and that was a challenge rating 14 monster you guys took down.
Jeez.
That
Yeah,
was
right.
I felt like if those Azurs didn't swarm us from the beginning, we probably would have for sure lost at least one if they didn't sit back until towards the end because that fucker hit hard.
Yeah,
Oh,
I thought the same thing. I was like, all right, well, we might have a couple turns by the time they get over to us and surround us, but like we're pretty fucked if all 5 of them move.
Yeah, the plan was to he wasn't going to ask for help till he lost about 100 hit points, so there was a little bit of buffer time in between.
yeah, I thought it was good. I had a feeling it was gonna be like, okay, he's a fire giant general. He's got a little bit of pride. He's gonna try and take us on first. So I was kind of hoping on that. Like if they all charge us at once, fuck.
Super hyper obedient slaves. Some of the lore about Azurs is awesome. You know, like they don't eat or sleep, and they're like master craftsmen from the fire plane. Like they pretty interesting little critters for D&D, I think.
Yeah, they're cool as shit. They look fucking cool.
Right? I thought so too. All right, fellas, I'm gonna have to roll out. Get in touch with me on the socials and stuff, and let's do this again soon. Yeah.
All right,
For
catch
sure,
y'all
man.
later.
Great sesh, guys.